popularization of Kuldiga in the wider public. The conference has been organized by the Kuldiga Regional Council, Kuldiga Museum, the ministries and the Cultural Institute in Germany. Therefore, the introductory speeches will be presented by the following speakers. And the first to speak will be the chair of Kuldiga Regional Council, Ms. Inga Bērziņa. Welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the conference. I'm very happy to see so many people being present despite of the extraordinary situation and emergency both in Latvia and worldwide related to the COVID-19 pandemics. And despite that, we have really managed to convene personally. And I would like to welcome those who are participating in our conference remotely and express a hope that the next time those individuals who are not being able to be present here and to join us would join us in the future, because although the remote and distant communication and technologies are quite well arranged, but the effects of presence cannot be replaced by anything else. Today's International Scientific Conference at the time of Duchy of Courland and Semigalia, a unique period in world history. I consider the conference to be the last section of our way towards inclusion of Kuldiga, old town in Venta, ancient valley, to be included on the list of the cultural world heritage. The nature protected territories alongside with the Venta waterfall, which is the widest waterfall in Europe, will constitute the part and constituent of the world cultural heritage. Currently, we have reached the stage when a nomination application has been drafted, and in February 2021, we plan to submit it and file it for inclusion into the list of World Cultural Heritage. Today's conference, I truly hope, as we have planned and expected, the conference today, what the researchers, historians and scientists dealing and studying the history of Kuldiga and the Duchy of Courland, the deliverables and outputs of your work will be used in the application for World Cultural Heritage, and that will be the final cherry on our contribution and way towards that. I would like to wish you a very active conference and discussion, and I wish that people being present here today at the conference would have the time, leisure time, for getting acquainted and familiarized with old town of Kuldiga, with Kuldiga in general and our heritage. Thank you so much for your elevating speech, and now the floor would be passed to the director of Kuldiga Regional Museum, Mr. Eduards Dambergs. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to those present in the audience and the remotely present participants. The Kuldiga Regional Museum and the Kuldiga Regional Council were delighted and honored to organize and convene the International Scientific Conference for researchers coming from 5 countries in order to discuss the time of Duchy of Courland and Semigalia in a very wide scope and perspective. This is one of the significant and key and crucial conferences being organized by Kuldiga Regional Council for the last decades. on our way towards the inclusion into the list of cultural world heritage of UNESCO. We have been working very targetfully for the heritage of Kuldiga be recognized worldwide, and Kuldiga is included in the national list of Latvia of the UNESCO World Cultural Heritage, and that conference is the next step for our work to be continued. Of course, the history of Kuldiga is intertwined with the history of the Duchy of Courland. Of course, the town of Kuldiga has changed all over the time and has turned into the diverse and very multifunctional town it is now. And the knowledge base gained during the research and studies will be useful for the next generations. So, apart from using the old streets and buildings of our old town of Kuldiga, we must pursue for the future and build the knowledge base and store as well as preserve our cultural and historical heritage to be maintained and enhanced. And that work is closely related to sustainability and development and growth of the town itself. To conclude, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers and people participating for the conference to be organized. The chair of Kuldiga Regional Council, Ms. Inga Bērziņa, as well as the University of Latvia, the Institute in Germany, the Kuldiga Regional Museum, and the head of Regional Museum of Kuldiga, Ms. Inna Rosenthal, for her great contribution for the conference to really be convened and organized, as well as the conference would really take place. Those who are watching us online, I would like to wish to meet you in person next time in our beautiful Kuldiga. Thank you so much. I would like to thank my colleague Mr. Eduards Dambergs, and the next speaker would be Professor Valda Kļava, but taking into consideration that COVID-19 restrictions have changed her plans at the university, I am delighted and honored to read her speech. Dean of the Faculty of History and Philosophy from University of Latvia, Dr. Historical Valda Kļava, dear organizers, participants and watchers of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, every period in the history is entitled to be named unique. Every historical region is unique and very special, as the developments and events taking place in each period and in each region are of a historical peculiarity for that, and that principle is respected in the historiography. Although we are reviewing the course of historical developments and flow of such historical events, there are different times and periods as well as regions standing out and outlining with a very characteristic peculiarity be demonstrated and manifested much more brightly. And of those early periods in the history of Europe from 16th to 18th century, when the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia was established and existed, is a really very brightful period, full of various very fluctuating and windy and stormy developments and very far-sighted changes. That period is characteristic and characterized by transition from personal to rent rights to civic, from corporate to individual lifestyle, from universal power to Christian republics into nation states and a relation of our town with the existence of such a governance and power. This is the background where the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia existed as the fruit of competition among the superpowers of the Baltic Sea, which was very attractive and pleasing object for conquer. Still, it was able and capable of fluctuating and standing out in the political storms, despite the danger to be extincted or conquered, or perhaps thanks to the fact that it could be really a bright and very full-fledged page in the history of Latvia and the region. Of course, the history of the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia is understood and is perceived only in the context of the entire history of the Baltic Sea region and entire Europe. Of course, there are so many phenomena and developments and events in the history of the Duchy, despite the huge contribution and investment of scientists and researchers during the last 50 years, and especially from the beginning of the 90s of the previous century, in the result of the cooperation among Latvian, German, and Polish historians. I'm really delighted for the historians from the University of Latvia. And I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, and I would like to wish of the very acute debate and discussions and new discoveries. And our foreign speakers will participate in our conference online, and that means that we will see their data flow from the screen. Therefore, Professor Brita Rudolph's speech will be provided on the screen. Welcome. Dr. Brita Rudolph, Executive Director, Institute of Heritage Management.
Glad to have the opportunity to address you briefly this morning through these technical means of a video address, unfortunately, while I'm also online watching you and probably right now my own video address at this very important conference as a result of the COVID-19 policies, which would have required me to observe a 2-week quarantine if I wanted to be with you today. And I'm even the more glad that we have these technical opportunities right now, which still allow us to participate at a distance, watch your proceedings, and even have this little So I'm so glad you're all together to reflect on the Duchy of Courland, the important influences it had in the history of Kuldiga. And while I would really prefer to be with you in Kuldiga right now, to walk and ponder through the beautiful city center and its historic architecture, I am sure that your being together will give us new impetus, new lights, and even new and important ideas on this specific period of history for the city. Now, perhaps it's also a little my fault that we're looking these days at the Duchy, at the Courland history, when coming together at Kuldiga, because it's partly my fault that this topic has been emphasized so strongly in the World Heritage bid that Kuldiga is undertaking and desiring for quite some time. And I've since been very often asked, why do you think that Courland would be the period that might be best used when arguing for a World Heritage title or for a World Heritage recognition of Kuldiga? Well, there's a couple of reasons. I think one of these reasons is that if you look at the history of Kuldiga, which you will be doing these days, you find out that it started very early, perhaps in prehistoric times, but we know very little. And then we have the medieval history of a smaller local center, perhaps a larger village. But what made Kuldīga really flourish, really become a regional center, is the history of the Duchy of Courland. It's during the duchy that it expanded, that became a regional center of craft and trade, that it became a residency of the ruler even, and hence gained regional influence. In fact, influence well beyond the boundaries of the duchy at the time. And it's also, funnily enough, one of the longest periods that influenced the history of Kuldīga. With even more than 2 centuries, this is a history that shaped the city much longer than the Russian influence or the influence of the Latvian Republic. And as such, it is really something that still determines to some extent the spirit of Kuldīga today. Not only because there are many historic houses that still remind you of the time, but also the urban plan in its entirety, the landscaping, the design of the city, the panoramas from various directions really, I feel, give us a reminder of its existence in the 17th and 18th century, which had so much influence on how Kuldīga formed. And so when we were discussing all the different opportunities for World Heritage, it seemed an almost obvious choice that this story, this part of history, had to feature very prominently because it was so important. But only while we were researching and over time, we found out that what made it even more important is that all the other historic centers of the Duchy of Courland had largely been destroyed in various wars and for various reasons, and that there were very few cities and settlements left that had the ability to represent the duchy's time and architecture and urban planning features at all. And when comparing these very few, it really turned out that Kuldīga had sustained quite a lot of the architecture, the urban shape, the proportions of the city. And when I first, more than a year ago, saw some initial marking of an attribute mapping indicating the historic houses, I superimposed on the contemporary map, and there have been many updated maps ever since. I was initially concerned because it seemed so little in the historic urban fabric, but then when superimposed on a historic map dated by the end of the duchy's period, it suddenly seemed quite substantial. And nowadays we even have a map which represents also the streetscape, the water bodies, and the greenery that remained ever since. And it has now become quite clear, to me at least, that Kuldīga can still give the best possible visual impression of what a city looked like at the time of the Duchy of Courland. And I believe the Duchy of Courland had an influence that was quite substantial for the history of Europe at large, but also for global history due to its enormous impact on also a global scale with colonial activities, with trade far beyond European borders. And as such, I believe that the Duchy of Courland should be represented through a historical testimony on the UNESCO World Heritage List, and that the best possible historical testimony to do that is the Historic Center of Kuldīga. And I hope that you, being together for the next 2 days, will give us a lot of detail and knowledge and better understanding of how the importance of this time can be communicated, and how Kuldiga can still represent this importance and the various facets of the duchy in contemporary times. So I will be curiously following all your presentations, and you might see my name again or hear my name again in a number of questions that will be asked over the following 2 days. So I really hope that this exchange will be valuable even at a distance, and I'm truly excited to be part of this experience. Thank you very much.
Paldies, Britai.
Thanks to Brita Rudolfa, we will do everything to have very interesting discussions and to provide possibility to organize this here in the hall and also remotely. Therefore, before we start listening to the lecturers, just a small technical information. As you all see, due to restrictions related with COVID, conference was not only moved from April to September, but it is also technically more complicated. So to feel nice and easy here, so some technicalities. So on the screen you see everything what we see, also what our audience sees on the other side of the screen. So about questions, so here participants of the conference are invited to ask questions by using the mic in the middle of the hall. So the mic is needed for us to be able to provide interpreting. So for all speakers have to use the mics. Remotely, we invite you to ask your questions by sending them to the email kml@gmail.com or using Facebook account of Kuldiga Museum. So knm@gmail.com, and mentioning whom you address the question and what is your name. So please send these questions during the presentation. Then the questions will be sent to me, and we will ask these questions to the lecturers, and so they will be able to answer. So the time for speeches is 20 or 25 minutes, and we will monitor this timing, and we really ask you to obey this time, and then 5-10 minutes will be left for questions and answers session. If we do not manage to answer the question, we will try to provide the answer later during discussion. So now I just invite everybody who is present here, and also the our audience remotely, just be patient if we have some technical issues. Just we do hope that we will not have any. But anyway, just I wish you fruitful day, very interesting conference, new ideas, and I will give floor. So I will invite our first head of the first panel, first session will be chair, will be Marita Jakovleva, representing University of Latvia History Institute, and she also represents Latvian Archive of History. So Marita, the floor is yours. Hello. I'm really honored and I'm happy to be here today and participate in such an event. So it is really my honor to be here. It is a great event in Latvian scientific field. It is not devoted to 20th century, but such very interesting time as history of Duchy of Courland. Unfortunately, the number of researchers of that period is quite small, and so we are really happy that the history of the small Duchy of Courland is still popular in Europe, and as we see from participants of today's conference, it is scientists from Poland, Estonia, Lithuania, and Netherlands, and I do hope that we will have even more interest in this period of time, and also those who are interested in history of that part will become more and more, and people will take more and more activities to find out something new. I do hope that we are successful today. So when coming here, we were very happy to see rainbows, and so we thought that this is a greetings from the Dukes, and I really apologize if we have some technical issues. And I haven't participated in such events when we have online broadcasting and when we have questions coming in from online and comments, but I do hope that we cope with everything. And now I'm honored to give the floor to the first speaker, Polish colleague, who is the librarian from Wojtyszów Public Library, Copernicus Library in Torun, and he will speak about fights for Jelgava in the years 1621-1622. So the time of Polish-Swedish War, and a very interesting topic, and Mariusz is going to tell us about it here today, and he has his thesis on this topic, and also he has a book on this topic in Polish, and it would be nice to translate this into Latvian. That would be very interesting for all of us, but now we give floor to Mariusz Balcerek. The floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Mariusz Balcerek. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. Do you see my presentation? Whoa. And now? It's okay. Oh, thank you. And the speech aims to present the battles for Jelgava in the years 1621, 1622. This period was essential, but also a tragic time in the history of the state. For the first time, the war entered the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia. We want to answer several questions. Why did Jelgava capitulate so easily? Why did the Lithuanian commander Christopher Radziwiłł care so much about the reconquering Jelgava? Was there a chance to defeat Swedish King Gustavus Adolphus in summer of 1622? The research will be conducted using manuscripts kept in archives and libraries in Latvia, Poland, and Sweden. These are mainly war diaries and correspondence. Some of these materials were published. We also have many publications. The first researcher on the battles in Jelgava was Polish historian Konstanty Górski, who published the results of his work in the late 19th century. Before World War II, the Swedish General Staff posted a multi-volume book on the wars of Gustavus Adolphus. Later, for several dozen years, we note stagnation in this subject. It is only in the last 30 years that we note the more significant interest of this fight capital of Jelgava. The Polish researchers Henryk Wisner, Radosław Sikora, Karol Łopatecki, Michał Paradowski, and Mariusz Balcerek had published their works when they present no conclusions based on known and discovered sources. In 1621, the eyes of people in Europe were directed at Kotin. In Moldova, Poles, Lithuanians, and Cossacks faced the army of the Turkey there. Almost 200,000 people fought for the control of the entire region. After a few weeks of struggle, a ceasefire was signed, followed by peace. Their borders have not changed. The involvement of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in conflict with Turks was used by Swedish King Gustavus Adolphus. The Swedes did not agree to extend the truce on Daugava, on the Daugava River and attacked Riga in the summer of 1621. Deprived of support from Poles and Lithuanians, who fought with Turks and Tatars, the city defended itself relatively long. On September 26th, Riga opened its gates to Gustavus. The Swedish king wanted to secure his rule in Riga. The threat could have come from the south, so he turned his attention there. In this way, Jelgava became the target of the Swedish attack. The army of Gustavus departed from Riga on October 6th. It numbered about 8,000 soldiers and 8 heavy guns. The road led along the Lupa River. Artillery and heavy equipment were transported by water. On October 12th, the Swedish army arrived in Jelgava. The city did not have any fortifications, leaving it defenseless against any attack. Only the castle could resist. The building was built on a Lupa River island between the Mai stream and the branch called Drixa or the lake. It was a 13th century conventual castle on the 35 on 30 meters square plan. In early modern times, the prince's seat was surrounded by a ground rampart. And there were circular bastions on the horns. Unlike what we see on the Tobias Kraus set, the fortifications were regular. In the documentation of Jelgava's capitulation, we can read the words Ruden and Val. This must refer to ground fortifications with the circular bastions. In 1622, there were fortifications in the quadrangular plan with 4 regular bastions. Currently available materials indicate that the Swedes have more modernized them. We can see thus constructions on the maps of Riga from 1621 and of Bauska from 1625. We can see here the imposition of 2 plans made in the GIMP program. We can see here a plan of the Jelgava's castle with the circular bastion fortifications. The garrison commanded by Gotthard Schröder had several dozen soldiers. Gunpowder and food supplies were low. Despite these problems, a short defense of the castle could be assumed. However, the case of symbolic and lasted 3 hours. The Swedes captured the castle without a fight, so easy mastery of the capital of the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia did not lie in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Lithuanian commander Christopher Radziwiłł promised to help Jelgava. He arrived the day after. Lithuanians had about 1,500 soldiers. Despite of a disproportion of strength, Christopher Radziwiłł wanted to force Gustavus to battle in the open field. Earlier, Polish-Lithuanian troops, who were greatly outnumbered but of better quality, beat the Swedes in the fight. The Lithuanian commander was counting on this very much. The quick surrender of the castle in Jelgava showed the Duke Frederick is a bad light. The prince feared the reaction of the Polish king Sigismund and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. That is why he organized an investigation into the surrender of the castle in Jelgava. Thanks to him, we got to know many details about the fortifications, stocks, crew, and circumstances surrender. For example, the condition of the fortifications was better in 1617 during the last conflict. As a result of the investigation, the guild for compromising the surrender of the castle in Jelgava was found only in Commandant Gotthard Schroeder. In our view, Duke Frederick has a greater responsibility for it. The Lord recruited too few soldiers and did not pay them. The suspicious capitulation was part of the prince's policy of neutrality, which was not accepted by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Radziwiłł believed that the Duke betrayed the sovereign, but he did not dare to accuse him openly. The quick surrender of Jelgava forced Radziwiłł to change his plans. To defend Lithuania, he had to replace Gustavus path. The Swedish king had to take over the Kurlandish castle in Bauska on the way, but the Lithuanian commander was not afraid of the attitude of his defenders. Both opponents met in place between Jelgava and Bauska. The Swedish king, despite his numerical superiority, did not decide to battle. Radziwiłł saved Lithuania and Bauska. Near the village Emburga on the Liuba River, Radziwiłł learned the new tactics of Gustavus. It involved the use of field fortifications and evasion from the battle. Radosław Sikora, a Polish historian, was the first who noticed and described it. The caution of the Swedish king resulted from the respect he had for the Lithuanian army. Gustavus and his commanders remembered what happened under Koknese and Salaspils. Winter stopped the war and both armies left for their lairs. In the new year, the Lithuanians moved faster than Swedes to fight. In January 1622, Radziwiłł blocked the castle in Jelgava. At the time, the castle crew was composed of almost 500 people. The commandant of the castle was Anders Eriksson Hestehuvud. The Lithuanian commander had at his disposal over 2,000 soldiers. Radziwiłł could not gather all his strength in one place. Lack of more infantry and adequate artillery did not allow Radziwiłł to conduct a regular siege. Frederick could not count on the real support of Radziwiłł. The only thing left for the Lithuanian commander was the tedious blockade and the hope that the defenders would surrender themselves. The ambitious Lithuanian did not give up and prepared another attack at the beginning of July. For this purpose, he ordered the construction of a unique floating war machine. The decimated garrison was frightened by the sight of the assault craft and agreed to talk. On July 5th, the garrison surrendered. At the time, there were only about 100 soldiers left in the castle. In the 6-month siege of Jelgava was an outstanding success for Radziwiłł. He managed to gather and maintain most of the army under the siege capital of the Duchy of Kurland and Semigalia, and it was not easy to respect of unpaid soldiers. The Lithuanian commanders secured Lithuania and forced Gustavus to act. Swedish preparation to help Jelgava took a long time. As a result, the Swedish army appeared in place a week after the surrender of the castle. Gustavus brought with him an army of 7,000 soldiers and 20 guns. Radziwiłł could have had around 2,000 soldiers around Jelgava, most cavalry. Comparing the size of both armies, this gives us a ratio of 3.5 to 1 in favor of the Swedes. However, the Lithuanian commander was not afraid of confronting with opponent. Radziwiłł was counting on his cavalry, which was better than the Swedish one. Gustavus Gustavus was aware of his superiority. That is why he tried to use tactics tested in autumn 1621. The Lithuanians prepared for it. Radziwiłł built north of the castle fortifications field. He also ordered that the area be leveled for cavalry. Based on this, he wanted to conduct offensive and defensive actions. That's how Radziwiłł wanted to beat Gustavus. The Swedish king was surprised by the Lithuanian preparations. The Lithuanian commander had big problems with the implementation of his plans at Jelgava. He did not have enough infantry and artillery to expand the field fortifications. Moreover, Radziwiłł's soldiers were not paid and were quarreling. The Lithuanian troops were dissatisfied with the fact that the foreigner units of cavalry from Livonia, the Duchy of Courland, and Pilten were being offered higher rates. The Polish hussars, heavy cavalry, which considered itself the best, could not accept this fact. Radziwiłł barely managed to ease the conflict temporarily. Let us look at the Lithuanian fortification around Jelgava. We can do this thanks to preserved sources, reports from fights, lists, and first of all, maps. The maps from early modern and modern times that show topographies and rivers are needed here. Gustavus moved along the Liupa River, which transported heavy equipment. This is why Radziwiłł tried to strengthen this direction. In the first half of the 7th century, the Sveta River had to flow into the Liupa River elsewhere, perhaps more the south. The maps show the Liupa River bend west. It is possible that presented in this way the old riverbed Liupa, which is currently used by the Sveta River. In written sources about the battle for Jelgava in the summer of 1622, we found information about the location of a fort on Sveta River that is 4.5 kilometers from the Lithuanian camp near Jelgava. This is my reconstruction of the area around Jelgava. A small fort was erected in the place where the Sveta River flows into the Liupa River. The works on this structure began in March. It was called Fort Butler after the name of the Irish infantry commander. Opposite Fort Butler on the west bank of River Liupa was another fort. Between the two fortifications, Radziwiłł's soldiers stretched chain to the Swedes who could not swim in this part of the river. At the northern end of the island castle, another fort was erected, named after Steczkowski, the commander of the Lithuanian cavalry. These fortifications defended access to Dryksa. On hill west of the Castle Island, another fort was built and named after Kopaszewski, the commander of the Lithuanian cavalry. South of this fort, Radziwiłł ordered to bring a few smaller fortifications. To the north of the city and the camp, Lithuanians erected a rampart. A similar one was built on the island right in front of the castle. On July 16th, the Swedes launched an attack on Lithuanian fortifications. They took Fort Butler and even the fort on the western bank of the Liupa River. Because of this triumph, Gustavus moved his camp to the other side of the Sveta River. It was situated between the Liupa River and the forest. Radziwiłł did not respond to this attack. Both sides only concluded a brief truce. On July 25, after the ceasefire, the Swedes attacked Fort Steczkowski. After this occupation, they headed deeper into the island. There the Lithuanians had secretly erected the new fort area. The Swedish attack broke on it. The Lithuanian fortifications can be seen on the Tobiasz Kraus plan from 1652. The Swedes strengthened the fortifications on the island and moved part of the camp there. They could do this because another truce had been concluded. When reinforcements arrived from Finland, Gustavus broke the contract. On August 1st, the Swedish army, with around 1,700 soldiers, attacked the Lithuanian fortifications on the west bank of the Liupa River. Radziwiłł sent 400 against them. Despite of 4:1 power ratio, the Lithuanians won. Success could have been higher, but one unit of the hussars refused to carry out the order. Attack was carried out by a group of foreign cavalry. 2 days later, there was another clash. The Swedes built a fort over Drixa, and the Lithuanians tried to interrupt them. Both commanders had considerable forces in the field. Radziwiłł was counting on the battle. Against the hussars refused to obey the order and did not attack the enemy. The commander did not suffer any consequences for insubordination. It was probably related to a payment in arrears. However, on the August 3rd, the same day, a fight broke out. Radziwiłł ordered the building of a new fort. The Swedes were threatened and attacked it quickly. The balance of power was negative for the Lithuanians, but their commander was not discouraged. At the crucial moment of the battle, the Lithuanians cavalry again refused to attack due to adverse field conditions. At Radziwiłł's orders, 2 units of the hussars, probably the best in all their army, charged the enemy. According to the Lithuanians, the attack was successful, which the Swedish side did not want to admit. However, the attack by 2 units could not resolve the fight. The Lithuanians had to leave the fort they were building. Radziwiłł could not come to terms with this defeat. His plan of forcing his opponent to fight in the field and crushing him failed that day. On the other hand, Gustavus won a Pyrrhic victory. He captured the Lithuanian fort but suffered heavy losses, probably about 500 soldiers. The Swedish king had to ask himself whether winning Jelgava was worth and further losses, and the answer was no. As a result, talks were held for some time and ended with the signing of a truce. The treaty was signed on August 10th. Both armies agreed to maintain the status quo until May 1st, 1623. The Duchy of Courland and Semigalia with Jelgava remained in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. This should be considered to be one of Radziwiłł's success. The Polish king Sigismund was very unhappy about the truce. According to that ruler, the treaty was concluded without his consent. To punish Radziwiłł, the king did not promote him. Within 3 years, the highest Lithuanian commander was Leo Sapieha, who was a faithful executor of orders, but devoid of military talent. Conclusions. In 1621-1622, the war entered the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia for the first time. The main battles were fought around and for Jelgava. We present their course above. And analysis of the events allows us to answer the question that we asked in the introduction. The responsibility was borne by Frederick, the Duke of Courland, who did not care about his castle. The Lithuanian commander Christopher Radziwiłł fought for the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia because by doing so he defended Lithuania. The Lithuanian commander wanted to force the Swedish king Gustavus Adolphus to battle in an open field. In summer of 1622, Christopher Radziwiłł managed to force King Gustavus to take the field. During them, the future Lion of the North was close enough to suffer his first defeat. Thank you for attention.
Paldies.
Thank you to the speaker. Do we have any questions, comments, or remarks? Do we have any questions in the audience? Please be so kind to ask in the mic. I have rather a question or comment regarding the responsibility of the Duke Frederick of Courland. First of all, of course, the Duke, as the subordinate to the Polish king, was responsible for the defense of his duchy, but taking into consideration that it was not a war for Courland people and Courland duchy, and was the clash or war between two superpowers and about the concerning the crown of Sweden. And Gustav Adolf, who had the duchy, had great losses in fighting and combating the royals for the existence of the duchy as such, when in 1615 the opponents, brothers Noldens, were killed, and there was a trial for that murder. We know all that page in the history of duchy. These were huge financial loss, as well as the efforts put into the resolution of the dispute, and the castle being given to Swedes. Mariusz Balcereks also presented these pages of the history, so the story was not so simple, and we could, of course, reprimand a lot to the Duke Frederick, but he was already more than 50 years old and did not participate in the battles himself. And we can remember the Battle of Salaspils, which was really a point for Lithuanians to win over superior in number Swedes, and the unit was led by him and entered the battlefield, and really was at the crucial point for changing a victory. Would you be so kind, Mariusz, to explain that Duke Frederick of Courland is to blame for being very negligent? So the question is to Mariusz. Could you comment more why the Duke Frederick could be blamed for being negligent?
Teksti jau viņam var vienīgi pašu jautājumu.
Tiek nodublēts jautājums. Jā, tagad man saka, viņi...
So we will have quite technical, prolonged communication with speakers remotely via Zoom conference, and it takes a while to repeat question and to answer. Some technical issues while we are communicating the question to Mariusz. Some technical comments from the moderator.
I can say. Okay, so from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth view, the Duke Frederick was responsible for defend their capital, so they had to fight for Jelgava. Sorry, I am Polish, so I have to have a Polish view in this discussion. I could understand the view from the Duke Frederick. In my opinion, Christopher Radziwiłł had the right to accuse the Frederick, and that's all.
Tas tā kā skatāt beigas, jā. Nu, patiesībā mēs te varētu...
Actually speaking, we could be discussing quite a lot, and I think that it is not a moment to do so. And if there are no other questions to the speaker, most probably we will extend our gratitude to our first speaker in our session, and we will continue with the next speaker and presentation. And the next speaker is the researcher from the National Library of Latvia, Miss Anna Juta Zālīte, who will present the Duchy of Courland and Kuldīga in the old maps from 16th to 18th century. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It seems that we have really a very summer-like and autumn day in one, as all the way was really blessed with a lot of rainbows. And I would like to tell about the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia and Kuldīga in old maps. So nowadays, old maps are mainly viewed as more artworks with ornamental lines, letters and pictures depicting on ancient scenery that has vanished with the time. And sometimes people are collectioning those, are using as the decorative elements to really decorate their interiors, or are purchasing them to invest in the accrued funds. Although the old maps may serve as a significant source of information for researching various historical processes, as well as ancient sceneries which have vanished with the time. The old maps can provide significant information and detailed information on the research and study of historical processes. We can find information on sometimes existed and vanished scenery, and we can follow the geographical knowledge of historical period and historical understanding and development in a particular area or territory. At the beginning of my presentation, I would like to emphasize and notice that this is not a comprehensive research on the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia and Kuldīga in old maps, because currently my research has been directed in a slightly different focus. And I would like to provide the cartographic materials being printed, where we can find information on the Duchy of Courland, which have been identified and are available in the map storages and depositories of Latvian memory institutions. Geographical location of Latvia and the course of historical development demonstrate and evidence of the fact that the ancient Nordic countries, German, Poland, Prusland, Lithuania and Russian maps include the geographical location of Latvia. But currently I would like to speak about the maps where to the Duchy of Courland, Kurzeme, or modern time Latvia could be referred to. The discovery or geographical discovery of Courland as a territory is intertwined with the geographical discovery of the lands of north of Europe, Baltic Sea and modern time Latvia. The research into the history of mapping of Latvia have been provided by many different researchers, and results of their research are compiled in separate publications as well as articles published in periodicals, and the most significant of them have been Mr. Leonīds Arbūzovs, Mr. Arnolds Speke, Mr. Otto Bonks, Mr. Edgars Dunsdorf, Mr. Jānis Straukmanis, and other researchers. Data on Courland and geographical discovery of Courland as a territory or an area, including the geographical discovery of the Duchy of Courland, can be found in the book of Arnold Speke, The Ancient Amber Ways and Geographical Discovery of East Baltics, published in 1956, and The Old Town Maps of Baltic Sea, published in 1959, as well as the book of Mr. Edgars Dunsdorf, War Maps of Courland in 17th and 18th centuries, published in 1984. In its turn, the compilation by Jānis Straukmanis, Courland and Courland People, includes an article Courland depicted in old maps dating between 13th and 19th centuries. First of all, I would like to notice the most ancient maps where the name of Courland was mentioned. Mappa Mundi, the world maps from Middle Ages, published and printed and wrote and drawn by Europeans, dating back to the 13th century. Such a facsimile copy of the map published in Stuttgart in 1898 is stored with the map depository of the National Library of Latvia. This so-called Ebstorf monastery map according to the opinion of Mr. Leonids Arbuzovs, is the oldest known map providing information on the territory of Latvia. And on the map we can read names Riga, Duna, Daugava, River Daugava, Kurland, meaning Kurland or Kurzem, and Semigalia, Zemgale. Quite a notion about the Baltic Sea and the coastline of Kurland are found in the new Ptolemaic maps published in 16th century, and the slide shows the map of Prusland and Livonia published in 1561, and the map depicts the notion of Central Europe geographs of 16th century about the coastline of the Baltic Sea, and numerous maps of such kind are also stored with the map depository of the Latvian National Library of Latvia, which are also scanned into the map files and are available at the digital library of our National Library of Latvia. Whereas modern time Latvia and Kurland lines and borders are more clearly depicted in one of the first printed special maps of Livonia, which is considered to be one of the greatest achievements in mapping of Latvia at that time, which was created by the Dutch astrologist and cartographist Jans Portansis, born in Gent. And the ancient territory of Latvia and Estonia, with the borders consisting before the War of Livonia, dating from 1558 to 1583. The first map edition is found in the Atlantis, published by Abraham Ortelium, Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, published in Antwerp in 1573. The depository of the National Library of Latvia also includes a crosscut from the Atlantis published by Artelius, and we can see that on this slide. The cartography historian and a researcher from Latvia, Arbuzov, considered that Portansis could have used materials coming from Livonia itself in order to create his map. Throughout almost a century, this map has served as a basis for creation of the further maps depicting Livonia. The cartographic scenery of Livonia includes a lot of different mistakes and errors. Still, it contains quite a very bountiful set or range of geographical names, 113 settlements and 8 rivers. The map includes also several explanations related to the navigation along the coastline of Livonia, and we have also a sea torch depicted at the Kolka Bay, and Kuldīga is shown here as a large city. The next significant step in the history of mapping of entire Latvia and hence Kurland is the map of Livonia, created in 1695 by Flemish cartograph Gerhard Mercator, which is also the founder of modern time cartography. This map was based on the geographical information from other cartographists, for instance, Magnus, Portansis, and Strubits. Although the Duchy of Kurland existed more for several decades, as depicted in the map of Livonia by Mercator, the territory of modern time Latvia was depicted within the borders of Livonia Confederation. Of course, the map includes also different discrepancies, but still is considered to be the closest depiction of the cartography of Livonia at the end of 16th century. We can really find a very known geographical designations of that time. According to the data of Professor Jānis Strauchmanis, the part of Kurland included more than 80 settlements, 3/4 of which were depicted and mapped there for the first time. And that was the first time when Latvian and Estonian settlements were mentioned there as well. Mercator's Atlantis published in Amsterdam in 1619 by Dutch publisher Jodocus Hondy also has the map of Livonia depicted in the picture. In fragment of the map we can see an unprecise depiction or drawing of the coastline of Kurland, and Goldingen at that time was also depicted on the map. In the maps published in Western Europe in 17th and 18th century, further on, referring to the territory of Latvia and including Kurland, had no significant changes in geographical scenery. Although Valka, Blaua, Jansson, De Vita maps of Livonia also has depicted a duchy of Kurland named as Kurlandia Ducatus and drawn a border between Kurland and Smegali, as well as Kuldīga was drawn as the largest city or town in Kurland. Later, there have been different maps published with Kurland depicted. Separate maps had that border between Kurland and Smegali, and Kuldīga was shown as the largest town in Kurland at that time. In this picture, we can see the map published by Gerhard Waltz in 1690. For comparison, we can see two publications of maps which are quite similar in their content, with similar errors, both in the depiction and writing of geographical indications, but in the map history of Latvia, the precise depiction and drawing of the coastline of that territory is of great significance. For European cartographists, that task has been very difficult, and we can see that in the resulted mapping. Such maps appeared for a long time, even up to 18th century. Actually, these publications are really discussed quite in detail in Otto Banks and Mr. Jānis Strauchmanis. Navigators and sailors also had a great influence in correct mapping of the coastline, as many maps were created by for navigation along the coastline of those territories. At the beginning of the 18th century, the peninsula of Kurland became more and more precise, according to those seamen reports, with the contribution of hydrographs as well. On the slide, we can see comparatively precise depiction of the coastline published in Sweden in 1695. Such navigation maps were the basis for Sea Atlas of the Baltic Sea, published in Russian Empire in 1714, книга размерная градусных карт Остзе или Варяжского моря. And these Atlantis were supplemented with the profiles of coastline, which were also drawn or reported from the ships. The next slide shows the Sea Atlas of the Baltic Sea, published in 1738, Морской светильник, or Sea Torch. And the lower part of the picture includes the profile of Liepāja and Ventspils as seen from the seawater. And this Atlantis is also stored with the depository and collection of the National Library of Latvia. In late 17th and early 18th century, separate maps of the Duchy of Courland appeared and was published. This slide depicts the map of the Duchy of Courland created by the famous French cartographer in 1730, Mr. Nicolas Sanson. And this fragment shows that Kuldīga was mentioned as Goldingen and Kuldīga at the same time. The translation of the map stated the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia, formerly or ex-Livonia. In parallel to the cartographs from Western Europe, we should also mention the contribution made by the Russian cartographs, and entire territory of modern time Latvia first was depicted in the academic publication or issue of 1745 of the Russian Empire. Although the Duchy of Courland was not yet included into the Russian Empire, the map already showed the territory of the duchy, and map stands out also due to the fact that despite all the previous maps and the map showed the way from Prusland to Saldus, Jelgava and Riga, following to St. Petersburg. And that map shows one way from Prusland through Durbe, Saldus, Jelgava and Riga, and finishes in St. Petersburg directly. I would like to mention that the most significant cartographic work dating back to 18th century and refers to the Duchy of Courland is the map of Courland and Semigalia, published by Courland architect Johann Barnickel in 1747, Ducatus Courlantia. The map was published in the famous map publisher from Germany, Johann Baptist Homann, in Nuremberg. This map has very bountiful and decorative names with illustration, and also includes the prayer to our Lord in Latvian. The map depicts and shows many settlements, populated areas, rivers, lakes, mogs, forests, as well as administrative borders of territories. The scale of the map, if compared to the previously mentioned maps, is much more detailed and is 1 to 600,000. The map was also added with legends or designations, and we can see the minimized versions of the legends depicted later in the French and German Atlantis of 18th century. Unfortunately, in the history of cartography of Latvia, we have quite an unclear situation about the authorship of this map. Similar map was published by Adolf Grot Jr. in 1770. In his issue of the map of the Duchy of Courland, he had mentioned and indicated that the author of the previous map was his father, Adolf Grot Sr., who was a priest in Courland instead of Barnickel as considered in the public. Of course, these both maps were very similar, but the writing of the geographical indications was different, as the map dating back to 1770 had more designations and legends. It is interestingly enough that the map of 1770 was supplemented with illustrations where apart from and next to the depictions and drawings of buildings and Courland residents and inhabitants, we saw also the Venta a waterfall with baskets and buckets placed for fishing. To conclude, I would like to remind that despite the very devastating and various historical developments in the territory of modern time Latvia, we can see that the illustrations are quite similar, but there are some differences and peculiarities, and we have really plenty of space to study who actually was the real author of the first map. The minimized maps of the Duchy of Courland are also found in the French and German Atlantis, for instance, dating back to 1759, the pocket Atlant in French language, and the second is Courlandia, published map from Vienne, published in 1791. To conclude, I would like to remind that despite the various turbulating and devastating historical events and developments on the territory of modern time Latvia, the depositories of national memory institutions hold significant depositories and collections of maps and atlants available for the research and study of historical processes and phenomena. The majority of those collections are kept with the historical archives, national archives of Latvia, based on the maps and plans depicting the territory of Latvia. And we have also various hand-painted plans, as border plans of manors, parishes, land plots, the measurements taken from the land plots, the road plans, and so on. The maps are also found in the region, in the depositories of regional museums and archives, as well as private collections, and are waiting for further research and study. But I could also remind that we have National Digital Library at the website dom.lndb.lv, where a huge part of the maps available in the depository of the National Library of Latvia have been scanned and is available in digital format in the National Archives and Depository of the Latvian National Library of Latvia. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much to the speaker. Do we have any questions from the audience? Welcome. So the topic was so interesting and very interesting. Don't we have any questions? Perhaps our participants abroad could have questions. First of all, I have the first question. You mentioned published and printed maps, but does the depository of the National Library of Latvia include handwritten and hand-painted maps? Honestly speaking, I cannot answer very precisely because the depository is held with the department or collection of handwritings. I was looking for Courland among the collection of the ancient plans of Kuldīga. You also saw 1797 included in several books, and I found that in the library myself, but I didn't find any map or plan dating earlier. Of course, there might be some plan of manor drawn by hand, but I really am studying and researching printed maps. Our depository or collection has been divided into printed and handwritten or hand-drawn. But of course, we must search. This is not my topic in particular. I have different direction of my research, and I didn't have enough time to study handwritten as well. And the second question is about authorship of Barnikel and Groth. In the war maps of Courland, did not the author of those mention the author of the previous maps. Those both maps are called jointly Barnikel and Groth map. I know that Mr. Jānis Strohmanis also doubted slightly the authorship of Barnikel, but of course we can and could study. Perhaps in Nuremberg there was the publisher, as commercial publishers had a lot of prints, and that was also printed and published by the heirs of Groth. So Groth Jr. has written that his father had traveled around Courland, and the archives also hold the diary or travel diary of Groth Senior. I have taken a look at that, and notes were very complicated, and it was really hard to make something out of that. But I still presume that Groth Senior had actually traveled. But Barnikel was the architect and constructor. I think that Mr. Strohmanis had also considered that Groth Senior was deceased already when the first map was published for 2 decades already. I also searched the periodicals. In ancient periodicals had a note or remark that yes, actually there had been a priest going around by cart with a tool, and he had measured the distances. And discussing the second map, that is the most precise map, because Groth Jr. had corrected the first map and supplemented with different illustrations. And the most important peculiarity is the borders of Piltene parish, and the second map really depicted the Piltene parish consisting of 3 parts, as it actually had been. These maps are comparable to the territory of Latvia with the maps of Vidzeme of that time. Scales were similar, of course not very precise as well, but Courland or Vidzeme could have been depicted, but it's really hard to imagine the entire picture, whole picture of Courland, Semigalia and Vidzeme. Another question is, what about the maps published in Lithuania and Poland at the depository of the National Library of Latvia? Yes, we have, but as I've mentioned in the very beginning of my presentation, we have, but I have not studied them and included them. Of course, that is a really widespread field for research. And I mentioned that it is really an opportunity for researchers to use what we have at our depository of the National Library of Latvia regarding the old and ancient maps. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much once again. If we have no further questions, and we can switch over to the next speaker.
Unfortunately, next speaker, Margarita Barzdevich, we will not have due to her business, and so we skip that one, and we start with connections overseas, relations during the reign of Jacob Kettler, Duke of Courland and Semigalia with the Dutch Republic. And we will have Laura M. Plezier, MA, Leiden University, the Netherlands, PhD student, art and architectural historian.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank the organization for the invitation. My name is Laura Plezier from Leiden University in the Netherlands, and now I'm still sitting in my home in The Hague. In 1648, the Peace of Münster ended the war between the Dutch Republic and Spain, and the Republic was internationally recognized. Trade, shipping, and wealth flourished as never before. The Republic saw itself as the center of the world and has contacts with many countries. These contacts were therefore also with the Duchy of Courland. My question for this lecture is simple. What can we still find in Dutch archives about the contacts between the Republic and Courland in the 17th century? I focus on the period of Jacob Kettler's duchy from 1642 until his death in 1682, because it is precisely he who pursued mercantilistic politics as the Dutch did. I distinguish two forms of contacts. First, trade and diplomatic relations between Courland and the Republic, and second, the colonial relationship between Courland and the Republic around the Caribbean island of Tobago. So first, trade and diplomatic relations. Jacob Kettler has traveled in the period 1634 and 1637 and stayed in Amsterdam. So I hope to find information in the archives about his stay there. He probably visited shipyards because he invited Dutch shipbuilders to build his large fleet in Courland. But in the archives, we can nothing found about this time period. What we do found are maps, a lot of maps. For example, I found a nautical map, a so-called pass map, with lines. I can show you that. Here, oh, no, sorry, it's the wrong map. Here it is. A so-called pass map with lines drawn by compass, and the map is meant to navigate. The map is part of a popular book in the Netherlands, The New Great Shining Sea Torch, first part. It was published in Amsterdam in 1681 by Johannes van Keulen, and he was a publisher and bookseller who had received permission from the States of the Republic to publish 6 sea atlases. The atlases contain sea maps, coastal profiles, and travel stories of seafarers. The maps were made by cartographer Klaas Voogd and the illustrations by the famous etcher Jan Luyken. Illustrations like you can see here, men and women. In the first part of the Sea Torch, which appears in 1681 and deals with North and East European waters, we find the map of Courland. And when we zoom in the map, we can see here the coastline, the word Courland, and a stake with different harbor entrances. So the map is really intended for maritime navigation. When I zoom in again, we see the harbor of Riga. It was a trade destination for the Dutch, and they had a good knowledge of the coastline and the port. What we also find in the archives are the names of diplomats who have been active in the Republic on behalf of Courland in the field of trade and political relations. These are Dutch men who worked in the Republic on behalf of the Duke. They are often members of good families. I can show you here all the names I found in the archives. So Willem de Groot, he was a famous lawyer, also working for our the family of our current king, the House of Orange. Joachim de Wickford, he was also working for the French king. De Groot, Gas, Van Torret. It are all famous Dutch family names. The position of the diplomat has several names: counselor, minister, resident, and nowadays it is not possible to find out what this meant. How the Duke chose these people and ask them to fulfill a task for him is unknown. The archives of Holland's top official, the Grand Pensionary of the province of Holland, the most important region in the Republic, contain files on Courland. And yesterday, I was lucky to go to the National Archives and to see those files. Due to the corona crisis, it was not possible to visit the archives earlier. And I found very interesting things in files, in letters about the relationship, the political relationship between the States General of the Republic and the Duke of Courland, especially around the ownership of the island of Tobago. So I will put that in my paper. The Royal Library in the Netherlands holds a letter from the Secretary of the Family of Orange, Constantijn Huygens, you can see him here, to Johannes Oborski Columna, dated January 18, 1642. Since the 19th century, Oborski Columna has been referred to as the envoy of Latvia or Courland in our archives and literature. The letter is poorly readable, you can see it a little bit here in my PowerPoint, in a difficult form of Neo-Latin and was therefore never translated. Because of my research for this Congress, we have looked closely at it with several people. It turns out that Oborski Columna was not a citizen of Latvia or Courland, but a Pole who held powerful positions in the cities of Lviv and Warsaw. Perhaps he also performed for Courland, we don't know. In the letter, Huygens addresses Oborski's question how he, Huygens, can be honored by Oborski. Oborski's son is also discussed. Huygens will support him. The letter has many questions for us. Maybe there are people here at the Congress who can help us with this letter and with the relationship of Oborski Columna with the Dutch Republic. I now move on to the second form of contact between the Duchy and the Republic, the colony of Tobago. As you know, the Republic and the Duchy have shared land ownership on the Caribbean islands of Tobago. It was there that the paths of our countries literally crossed. In 1628, Dutch settlers from the southern province of Zeeland established the first European settlement in Tobago, a colony they called Nieuw Walcheren, like the island Walcheren in Zeeland. They also built a fort, New Flushing, named after their main town, Flushing. The settlement was abandoned in 1630 after attacks by the Spanish, but was re-established in 1633. This new colony was destroyed by the Spanish from the island of Trinidad. In 1638, Jacob, Duke of Courland, settled on the northern part of the island a colony and called it Great Courland Bay. And he cultivated the island. It fits in his ideas about colonialism. But two Dutch brothers, Cornelis and Adrian Lempsins, were members of the wealthy merchant Lemsens family in Flushing. The brothers were ship owners, and Cornelis was major of Flushing and director of the West Indian Company. Adrian was director of the East Indian Company. In 1655, the West Indian Company allowed the Lemsens brothers to find a new colony on the island of Tobago. 600 Dutch migrants of Zealand settled on the south coast of Tobago and founded a colony there, which they called again New Walcheren. They also built the Lemsensburg settlement, contemporarily the town of Scarborough. 3 more forts were built near the town. And under the leadership of Cornelis, the island of Tobago was transformed into a plantation area where around 7,000 slaves worked to grow sugar and cacao. And they also worked in 2 rum distilleries. When in 1658, the Duke of Courland was taken prisoner by Charles Gustavus of Sweden, the Dutch attacked the settlers of Courland on the northern part of the island. And yesterday in the archives, I found a letter in which was written how the Dutch attacked the people of Courland. And it was not a nice action of the Dutch, but I will put it in my paper too. In 1662, Cornelis Lemsens obtained from King Louis XIV of France the title Baron of Tobago and sent out Hubert de Bevere as governor, who built fortifications. In that period, the colony flourished. You can see here a certificate of the King of France. It is in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, and they obtained the proclamation of King Louis to Cornelis Lemsens. As a result, the island was definitely in the hands of the Republic, with the consent of France. The draftsman, Johannes Vingboons, made drawings and maps of all kinds of cities, bays and harbors in the world where the West Indian and East Indian companies send their ships or have settlements. The drawings, which he based on maps and stories of others, helped the crew to recognize land from the sea. The drawings were copied and given to captains and helmsmen, and there are still 2 of such Vingboon drawings of Tobago in our archives. Here you can see one of them. So it's the real navigation map. You can see the red island of Trinidad, and there's a small island above it with, and that's Tobago. But there's also a view made in watercolor. And this is a bay on Tobago. And the typical Dutch fort, you can see it on the left side of the drawing, the typical Dutch fort of New Flushing. We can also see the tobacco plantations on the drawing. I think it's a beautiful thing. It's in our National Archive. During the Second English War, the English plundered the island to such an extent that it was no longer prosperous. On March the 3rd in 1677, the French attacked during the First Battle of Tobago the town of Lemsensburg and all the Dutch ships. The Dutch commanding officer, Jacob Binkes, managed to bring a strategic defeat to the French with great losses. And there's a beautiful print in the archive of our National Army Museum in the middle of the Netherlands. It is a print of the event made for a Dutch newspaper, the Dutch Mercury, and we see the bay of New Flushing, the forts, the forts in the middle of the print, and a map of the islands. When we zoom in this particular map, we see the Bay of Courland, in Dutch Koerdse Baai, still on the map with an anchorage. An entirely different witness of this event, the battle with the French, is a drawing made by a seafarer from the Ratcliffe Bay on Tobago. I'm going to talk further, but my PowerPoint presentation is still hanging. So it is a witness, it is a drawing from one of the seafarers, and we do not see an exact presentation of the bay, no lines on which to navigate, and no well-documented coasts, but the drawing is not artistic. It is a good narrative and witness of the fighting. When we zoom in, we see the French who hide and firing bullets at the Dutch. And that's very funny to see. On December 6th, during the Second Battle of Tobago, the Dutch are again attacked by the French, and then things go wrong for good. Commander Binkes is killed, and with the Peace of Nijmegen in 1678, came definitely an end to New Walcheren, and the whole of Tobago became French territory. But in our national archives, in the archives of the States General, here in The Hague, the legacy of the Lampsins brothers would be a subject of debate for years to come. There are a lot of letters, letters with Courland, but also with the King of England, about the ownership of the islands. The Duke of Courland again wants to get his island back. He wants to buy it to the King of England, and the Dutch, yeah, they want to have it too. So it's very interesting material in our national archives. Here you can see the drawing of the seafarer, of the fight. Oh. No, I'm going to talk further. The dramatic event with the French was captured by the well-known... Yeah, I'm going back. This is the drawing of the seafarer. And when we zoom in, you can see here the Dutch, here the French, and they are firing a bullet to the Dutch. It's very funny to see. Yes? Yeah. Is it? Yeah? You can see it. Ah, okay. Yes, I do. But the dramatic event with the French was captured by the well-known printmaker, writer and artist Romein de Hooge. Share. Can you see it? Yeah. And you want to see again the bullets of the French? Here. Here are the French, and they are firing bullets to the Dutch. This one is made by Romein de Hooge, very famous Dutch printmaker, and he seems to have used the print published in the newspaper. I show it earlier to you, because the bay is the same and the forts are the same and the map of Tobago is the same. It is interesting to see how Europeans fight each other in tropical forests. The drama depicted in this print shows brutal Frenchmen, and that is exactly what Romain de Hoog intended. He was a fierce opponent of the French king and often made cartoons about the French king. So it's also a political print we see here. If we look at the map stake in that print, we see once again the reference to Courland Bay, so the former area of Courland. You can see it at the blue arrow. There's written in Dutch the Bay of Courland, Koerdse Baai. In the aforementioned book, The Great Shining Sea Torch, from the 80s, in part 4, there's also a navigation sea map of the area near Trinidad and Tobago. And we see Tobago in a stake. So you can see in the right upper corner the stake of Tobago. We see all the cliffs. Here is Tobago. All the cliffs, anchorages, and the geographical names, which are all written in Dutch. So Redcliffe Bay, Flemish Bay, all in Dutch written. But the name Courland Bay or Koerdse Bay is no longer to be found. At that moment, so in the 80s, the traces of the people of Courland on Tobago have been vanished. That is what the maps tell to us. So I can conclude that detailed sea maps related to Courland and Tobago can be found in the Dutch archives. These maps make it possible to sail the coast well and therefore indicate intensive navigation, contacts and trade. As far as trade and political relations are concerned, traces can be found in our archives, but we cannot interpret everything equally well at this moment. Thank you very much.
Liels paldies referentei.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions to our lecturer? I have a question. Do you plan to come to Latvia after this COVID problem and to work with sources which can be found in Latvian archives?
Where can I see that? Oh. I would like to go to Latvia, of course. I want to see the city of Riga. But unfortunately, because of the coronavirus, I'm not able to come. So when the coronavirus is tackled, I want to go to Latvia.
I can add that in Latvian State Archives we do have materials on relationship between the Duke of Courland and the Netherlands, and much of it can be found also in the Dutch language, so it would be nice to have some Dutch researchers to come here and to examine this, because our archive materials have quite a lot of names mentioned who have worked on behalf of Duke in the Netherlands, and also ship owners and traders and merchants. Artisans have been there, so we have many names to mention, so information is very vast.
So it is it. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the nice connection.
Vēl kādi jautājumi?
Any other questions to the speaker? We have opportunity. So if you have a question, please approach the mic and that will be chatted to the participants. Is there any comment from the speaker or information on the persons from colonized lands and local population who could have reached the Duchy of Courland and continued to live here later on? Thank you. While the question is chatted. It seems that I could answer the question as well. So while Laura receives the question, I would like to share the technical information. The most Almuta Buesa had a presentation provided in the April time agenda. And therefore, I would like to announce that those two studies or researches will be available in the compilation of articles or theses published after the conference, and the handouts you received, the theses are included there as well. Is Laura ready to answer?
Who were brought to the Duchy of Courland. I know there were a lot of slaves, and I don't know about about their lives. But yesterday I found a letter in which was written that the people of Courland living on Tobago were sent by the Dutch by ships to Italy and Portugal and lived there. After the colony was not in the hands of the Duke. So the Dutch sent them to Portugal and Italy. That's the only thing I know.
Vai Mārītei vēl ir kādi komentāri?
Miss Marita could have comment as well. This is a topic I would like to share for an entire day, but to answer the question, have there been people from Tobago come to the Duchy of Courland? A Tobago boy was mentioned in the accounts of the Duke of Courland, who had died quite young, and his funeral was mentioned in the accounts. Also, we have data on a young person who was trained to be the drummer and lived longer, up to adult. And actually, these are some have been, but quite a small number of them. So that would be the short answer on my behalf. Speaking about slave trade, which is a very painful question to many researchers, we must understand that it was quite a common thing, and moral values were considered or perceived only by 1 person per million. Of course, there were some debates about moral part of the issue, but at that time, it was quite a common thing and phenomena for answering the household needs of the dukedom of Duchy. We do not have data that the Duke of Courland could have brought some personal slaves. We know that Duke Jacob offered Spain, Kingdom of Spain, to deliver or take and buy slaves from Tobago and bring them to Americas. To say that Duke Jacob had been participating in the mass trade of slaves, we cannot do so. And throughout his rule, the colonies actually existed in a very short period of time, from 1654 to 69, when Dutch took it over, when Duke Jacob fought and combated quite a lot to regain the right on the island, and the right to on island was quite euphemic, because all the negotiations took place with the English and Dutch conquering the island, considering to negotiate with the King of France, although French had no saying in that, as they had conquered the Dutch part of the island for a short while. And the speaker mentioned that the traits of Courland people disappeared in the maps. There are several maps stored in Germany, in Berlin, and in our archives, dating back to late 17th century, with Courland Bay, Courland River, and several forts, which can be found also in a modern map of Tobago, as influence of Courland in Tobago was much more than Dutch ones, because Dutch stayed there longer, and these traits and geographical indications or designations disappear slightly as well. All those names are found from the Duchy of Courland to nowadays. The second colony of Duke Jacob was established in late 70s of the 17th century. There are no precise data and dates on the period of existence of the second colony, for presumably for 10 to 15 years. And to discuss that Tobago was the colony of Tobago in a wider scale, we cannot do so. And when speaking about Dutch and Courland claims on the island, we can see that Dutch largely were located in southern part, and Courland was located northwards, and the cliffs or the mountain range actually was crossing the island, but that European debate on the rights on the island and governance of the island involved entire Tobago, as the island was not divided into our part, your part, and our right and claim. So Courland was never existed and located in the south part of the island. Wherefore, all that historical information should be perceived quite reserved. In 60s and 70s or 17th century, there was a large-scale debate, and Duke Jacob was also fighting quite rightly about his right, as we can refer it to the agreement of Duke Jacob with the King of England, replacing or switching and transferring, trading the territories of Duke Jacob in Gambia to island of Tobago. This is a topic still discussed throughout nowadays, and we have research also in England, in the Netherlands, up to date. And this is the topic quite very acute to many researchers and interested parties. Thank you so much for your comment. Do we have any questions to Miss Marita? Yes, we have. Could you please comment the artwork Courland, people going to Tobago? Does that drawing or map or painting, should we perceive it as an artwork and legend, or some fragment of truth in that as well? My personal opinion is that it is quite a fairy tale, a dream. The first expeditions navigating to Tobago, they were recruited mainly in the Netherlands and Germany and consisted of local German, Baltic Germans, and Duke Jacob didn't wish to bring Latvian peasants and farmers to Tobago. Another thing is that he had planned to bring Latvian farmers and peasants to Gambia, and we can find it out from the report of one of the agents of the Duke Jacob to Brandenburg Bürgermeister, when in 1786 the Duke Jacob was captured. Relatives were questioned about the ships of Duke Jacob and economic activities, on one hand to protect, on other hand to take them over for benefit and profit. And so the data were collected and studied and inquired from Danzig, Königsberg, and one of the reports stated that Duke Jacob had planned to send Latvian farmers to Gambia to show locals, niggers, what was also a common name and word in that time, to show how farmers should actually work, because Gambians were refusing so local foreigners living in Gambia refused to cultivate the land, and Gambians were slaved. So Latvians were not sent during the rule of Duke Jacob and the next ruler, who also tried to maintain the colony. There have been one has reported that non-German Bibles were sent to Tobago, and we can presume that there were some Latvians in the expeditions to Tobago who needed Bibles in Latvian. We have had also from local reports studied that Latvian farmers were completely afraid and freaking out of the idea that we could have been sent to Tobago, and there were rumors and talks that they could have been beaten here on the spot instead of being sent somewhere overseas. Do we have any questions to Marita? Thank you so much. If not, we would like to thank Ms. Marita Yakovleva for moderating our session. We would like to extend our gratitude to our remote participants. We will have a lunch break, and we meet 10 minutes to 2 back here in the hall. Thank you so much.
Labdien!
Hello, those who have joined us anew, who here in the audience and also online. You are watching the conference, The Time of Duchy of Courland and Semigalia, a unique period in world history. We taking into account that Miss Margarita Barsdevica couldn't come due to her duties, so the chair of next second session will be Marita Jakovleva. So I give floor to Marita Jakovleva. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. So we start second session or second part of today's conference, and the first speaker we will have Professor Dr. Aivas Ragauskas from Vilnius University, senior researcher and professor. Sorry, am I right? So Dr. Raimonda Ragauskiene, the Institute of Lithuanian History. Who was the first? I'm sorry, Aivas was the first to speak. So let's start anew. So our Lithuanian neighbors, yeah. Although we are the closest neighbors, but the history of our relationship is one of the widest widest spots or the blackest points in the history. So we have had a little bit research from one side, from another side. We have had conflicts over the border. But examination or research on economic activities, so we do not have much. So we are really happy to have such researchers who really want to tackle these issues, who want to discuss these issues. And now we will give floor to Dr. Aivas Ragauskas from Vilnius University, senior researcher, and he has a lecture for us about Kėdainių printing house, about fonts and mutual relationship of Kėdainių and Jelgava. This is very interesting topic and it is of much interest for representatives of our National Library. And so the floor is yours, Aivas. So the floor is yours.
Already, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I must share my presentation. Okay. Okay. Dear colleagues, Darga kolega and researcher of Jakovleva, it will not last 25 minutes. That's because of quite specific object and because of lack enough materials on it. Please see it only as hypothesis. Kėdainiai or Keidani was one of Janusz Radziwiłł private cities in Lithuania on both beaches of River Nevėžis with several thousand inhabitants, Catholics, Lutherans, Reformed, Lithuanian, Germans, Scots, Jews. Important center of trade and crafts, religious and education center. It had gymnasium, 2 Reformed churches, city hall and other infrastructure. In the 1652, Janusz Radziwiłł even founded New Kėdainiai, self-government city for Lutherans, Germans, so Kėdainiai legally for some decades became a double city. In the city lived one of the biggest communities of the Scots in the Baltic Sea region. Kėdainiai often is called as one of the most western cities in Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In the 1651-1652 years, printing shop was erected in Kėdainiai. He was owned by young printer Joachim Georg Rett. which was from famous printer's family in Gdansk. He was gymnasium printer for some years. Moscowitz didn't occupy this city and Samogitia because of so-called Kėdainiai Treaty, which was signed in the October of 1655 between Duke Janusz Radziwiłł and his supporters, the Swedes, which at least was not confirmed by Swedish highest authority. This period of calamities ended the period of the city's prosperity. Okay. Full screen. Review and slideshow. Okay. 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 Yeah. Okay. That's good. Okay. The reach is okay. No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. The researchers clearly paid not enough attention to the fast printing house in Jelgava, which since 1667 was owned by Michael Karnal, a printer from Torun or Torn. The history of printing houses in Kurland is generally little analyzed, so there are many gaps. Polish researchers, for example, claim that Michael Karnal died before 1673, and that his widow in that year married Christian Beck, the employee of Johann Kopselius printing house in Torun, who already in the spring of 1680 began an independent printing business. Latin authors, meanwhile, point out that Michael Karnal died only in 1681 or 1682. Their claims, of course, are based on metrics of the surviving publications on Jelgava printing house, such as, for example, Ex Officina Typografica Illustrissimi Principis Kurlandia Typis Michaelis Karnal and others. However, it was quite common in the history of printing houses to continue with publishing when still using the name of an already deceased printer. But most important thing is that in metric of some publication from 1682, it was referred to as Michael Karnal Witwe. The widow of Michael Karnal certainly didn't work with the printing press herself, but probably actually managed the printing house, process orders, etc. There is a possibility that the font of Georg Red's printing have been used in the printing house of Michael Karnal in Jelgava. It is possible to hypothesize that Michael Karnal could just set up a printing house in the capital of the Duchy of Kurland, was able to purchase the surviving equipment of Kėdainiai printing house. In Torun, where he was a printer of the city and gymnasium in 1643-1666, he published about 250 publications in German, Latin, and Polish. However, the equipment of the printing house didn't belong to him. So leaving the city in 1666, he somehow had to purchase the appropriate equipment, most likely in Torun itself. Some researchers, also without strong evidences, claim that Karnal bought second-hand fonts cheaply in Germany. It seems that he didn't have the privilege of the Duke of Kurland, Jakob Kettler, but the printing press equipment belonged to him. It was determined that the print fonts have been worn out, the range of ornaments was small, and the quality of the publications was not higher. The hypothesis mentioned above about the Michael Karnal fonts from Kėdainiai printing house is based on the information from the letter you can see the letter, dated in the 24th of February in 1669 of Wojciech Kalinowski, the Kėdainiai town scribe, the elder of Lutheran Church, addressed to the Duke Bogusław Radziwiłł, the town owner, the governor of Prussia. It states that the printer of the Duke of Kurland, Michael Karnal, found out that there was a printing press, a number of letters left in Kėdainiai, and wrote to the printing house asking to receive it. He asked the Duke, Kalinowski, asked the Duke if he would agree with Kalinowski informing Karnal's apprentice how many and what letters, alphabets, different fonts there were, how much it costs, and what would be needed for restoration. According to Kalinowski, the former printer of Kėdainiai, Joachim Georg Rett, borrowed more than 100 gold florins from the local Lutheran church. For a loan to the church, he pledged the printing house after the fast destruction. It is not clear what it means, meant, partially restored, which he didn't want to return back. The publishing equipment was at that time recently damaged. No more data on this contract or no more data on this contract has survived. So it is unclear whether the transaction indeed took place. Why this is important? The question is whether this important cultural innovation in Jelgava was eventually helped by a cultural transfer from Kėdainiai, which in a way could testify the intensity and diversity of Lutheran German ties in the Baltic Sea region. An attempt was made to answer this question by comparing the font sets, typefaces used in the surviving publications of both printing houses. It must be acknowledged that this method is very risky at least, but using it, researchers often draw different conclusions. Printers usually had several sets of fonts for text, for highlighting the text, for accent printing, and for posters text. Also, they had a variety of Gothic and Latin fonts and of decorative elements, initials, vignettes, head pieces, tail pieces, etc. The fonts of the little pages often different from the fonts of the main text and so on. The Rett's printing house in Kėdainiai didn't operate for a long time and issued a dozen publications, of which only 2 survived. Not all publications of the Michael Karnal's printing house in Jelgava have survived. I have used over 10 well-known publications of Karnal printing house and some additional publications which I have found in the Archive of Latvian History, which are not reflected in the well-known bibliography of Silvija Šiška. It was determined that the publications of both printing houses are quite modest, without emblems. They are similar in modest vignettes, as well head pieces and tail pieces. The decorations of initial letters were different. The vignettes themselves were different as well. You can see these ornaments. And it must be concluded that there is not enough data yet to state that Karnal could have used Rett's fonts. in the future, as an even larger number of surviving publications of Cornell Printing House should be used for analysis, and maybe recently discovered some publications from Reds printing shop in Kėdainiai. Thank you very much. Paldies. Yes. Okay, maybe I have already chat. Me, okay. My wife is.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. In your presentation, on the first slide, we had a screenshot of, apart from publications of Latvian scientists, we had also image from the database of printers established at the National Library of Latvia. And I would like to know when your research will be published in Abrene compilation of articles, and that will be really useful. And that work and research on the first printer, Cornell, and we will be able to include it in the bibliography as well. I would like to clarify a bit. Among the materials at the National Archives of History in Latvia, what are not included into in the Miss Šiškas, are they not included in Latvian language or in other languages?
Forgive me? Okay, sorry. I am offline, yeah? I am online?
Mums lietuviešu kolēģis bija uz brītiņu atslēdzies, tāpēc viņš tagad pieslēdzas atpakaļ un bišķi jāuzgaida, jo viņam bija pārtraukts internets no viņa puses, bet viņš ir atpakaļ.
So we have technical issue of reconnecting, and yes, you are online.
Kamēr mēs gaidām, es īstenībā gribēju
While we are waiting, I would like to extend our gratitude that the presentation was very interesting, and Miss Marita Jakovleva would comment. No, I would really assume that the privilege of the librarians. Regarding the operation of Jelgava Printing House, we have very few sources, documents. Of course, we have publications printed there, but the materials and data, as well as facts on the operation of the Jelgava Printing House as such, are very rare. Therefore, any new indication which has not been up to now and open to us, and the fact that it is really important, not only in relation to the day, commemorative day and day of the Baltic unity, that would lay some emphasis and focuses, as we have different cross links and interrelations with Estonians known very well. So now the Lithuanian colleague is ready to answer the question regarding non-included materials in...
Peter, I want to say that these materials, they are in Latvian archives. Yes, of course. Some of these materials, because sources, they are very different and complex sources. Some sources are from Lithuanian archives, and some sources, they are from Latvian archives. Yeah, and libraries too, of course.
Paldies.
Thank you very much for your answer. So we're speaking about two common catalogs of printed materials. One of them is devoted to Latvian publications and to the catalog of publications printed on the territory of Latvia but printed in other languages. And the question referred whether those materials are in the catalog of publications in Latvian or in other languages. Regarding the remarks or comments, I must admit that that is not my epoch or time frame, but the city of Jelgava as the capital of the Duchy of Courland would have really be worth researching of the operation of printing houses in Jelgava. Is our Lithuanian colleague ready to answer?
Some materials, they are in Polish language. I will write. One more time, yeah? The same question. These materials, they are in Latin, Polish, and German languages, not in Latvian. Not in Latvian language or Lithuanian, for example. No, no.
Paldies.
Thank you. Perhaps any other questions to our Lithuanian colleague while he's online? We unfortunately do not have a stable internet connection with Lithuania, so please use the opportunity we have. And there is no chatted or written questions, not comment from the, if it is more convenient for the audience to send a question, you can do so from the phone to our email, and we can read to the colleagues who are presenting online in Zoom platform, and we can also voice the question online and write it as well. Then we would like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Ragauskas and pass the floor to another member of Ragauskas family. As I mentioned before already, Miss Raimonda Ragauskiena, the Institute of Lithuanian History Professor Senior Research Fellow, and, of course, our Lithuanian colleagues are consequently and comprehensively using Radvilas. For us in Latvian, and for me personally, it's more convenient to use Radzivils in Latvian. So Radvilas and Radzivilas in Latvian are and is the same family.
Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, the organizers and participants of this conference. I am Raimonda Ragauskienė from the Institute of Lithuanian History from Vilnius, Lithuania, and I am glad to present my topic about the Radvilas and the Kurland Skedlas, their relations in the 16th and the 17th century. Okay. The relations between the Radvilas, the branch of Biržai and Dubingiai, and the Dukes of Courland and the Megalia the Kettlers were very tight. They were determined by two main factors: political circumstances and neighborhood. The emergence of the Duchy of Courland in 1561, in essence, was the execution of the part of Livonian plan of the most influential nobles of Lithuania, cousins Radvilos, Mikalojus Radvila the Red and Mikalojus Radvila the Black. Not less important was the neighborhood factor. The main estate of the Radvilos, the Duchy of Biržai, was bordered by Courland. The contacts between those two noble families who belong to political elites have not yet been studied separately. In general, little attention in historiography is paid to the neighbor of Lithuania, the Duchy of Courland, compared to Livonia. Historians published researches about determining the northern border of Lithuania, including the border with the Courland. There, Radvilos' contributions in deciding the boundary limits in the 15th and 16th centuries was called out. See works of Antanavičius, Bucevičiūtė, Černis, Marita Yakovleva, and others. Individual aspects of the relations between the Duchy of Courland and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth were discussed, although the Lithuanian side of the issue has not been touched on much. See Yakovleva work. The Radvilos are reflected in the few Kettler biographies or in works dedicated to the history of Courland in the 17th century. The monography of Juškevičė. The economic and communication relations between the Duchy of Biržai and the Courland until the middle of the 17th century were analyzed by Deimantas Karvelis. And a wide range of historiography consists of works discussing the 16th and 17th century military campaign, the time of deluge as well, starting from Lithuanian Šapokas to Balcerek and Kotlerčuk and others' works. In this presentation, I'll try to analyze, first of all, the personal contacts between the Radvilos and the Kettlers, how often those dukes visited the Courland or Biržai, how they communicated. The presentation covers the period starting from 1561, from the creation of the Duchy of Courland, to 1695, until the dissolution of this branch of the Radvilos. This question is quite broad, so I'll provide a high-level picture. The Biržai, here you can see Radvilas from Biržai and Dubingiai branch, with whom Kettlers communicated most of all. Here you see Radvilas the Red, Christopher the Sanderstone, Christopher II, Janusz II, and of course Boguslav Radvila there. I can say that in the 17th century, the Radvilas women, especially Maria Lupu and Anna Maria, of course, also kept an active contact with the Courland side. Let's start from Radvila the Red. His cooperation with the first representative of the Kettler dynasty, Gotthard Kettler, began when the latter was a master of the Livonian order. Their first meetings took place during the clarification of the borderline between Lithuania and Livonia. This boundary, starting from the 15th century, was even called the Radvila border. Radvila the Red in 1545 carried out border checks. In the limiting document was mentioned, I quote, "Till the place where Mr. Radvila ate the bread when the border was repaired." The personal contacts between those two nobles intensified during resolving the political issue of Livonia. Radvila endorsed a plan which was agreed with Kettler to reorganize Livonia on the example of Prussia. In 1560, on behalf of Sigismundus Augustus, he held negotiations with Kettler in Selpils regarding the takeover of Livonian castles. After reaching an agreement, he and Gotthard Kettler went on a trip along the Daugava to the Baltic Sea. Meetings of the dukes also took place in Bauska, perhaps even in Radvila's Biržai. Gotthard Kettler sent military aid, for example, cannons, during the Livonian War. The dukes became friends and maybe close friends. Several episodes would show that. In 1567, Radvilas Ret recommended his eye specialist, Rupert Fink, to the Duke of Kurland. Radvilas kennels were filled with hunting puppies, probably with very valued in that time Kurland greyhounds who hunted large beasts, which were from Kettler as a present. It is clear that Radvila did not remain in debt either. There were also sides of economic cooperation. Radvilas Ret was the first who settled the Germans from Kurland in Biržai. We can see Gevert, Berin in the 5th decade got houses in Biržai town and lands in the area. Later, there were already 12 German families like Wechmann, Melder, Hiller, Stinkus, Endrichhoff, Tinkaus, and others, who received even more than 500 volocks of land in Biržai as a return for military service. As if summarizing the relations between Radvila and Gotthard Kettler was noted in the 1584 agreement, one referred to as special friendliness of the Duke of Kurland and the Radvilas. And here we see the map of Narunavičius Naronsky, the Duchy of Biržai created in 1645, and we see very clear that the Duchy of Biržai is quite near the Kurland. First of all, political affairs. The Livonian War, fights with the Swedes, brought the Dukes of Kurland closer with the next Duke of Biržai, Christopher the Thunderstorm. In 1579, Radvila secured the support of Kettler from his famous expedition to Moscow. In his letters, Radvila signed off as a friend and a neighbor. However, after the end of the Livonian War, this friend and neighbor tried to expand his Biržai estate at the expense of the Kurland lands. He claimed that his estates reached beyond the Nemunėlis River, even to the river Susteja. The dispute over the boundaries managed to get resolved. Disagreements were also exaggerated by the purchase of the land at the border. The Duke Wilhelm Kettler attempted to buy up the borderlands of Lithuanian nobles, but Jonas Sicinskis, the administrator of Biržai, tried to prevent it. In this place, I would like to add some aspects to the previous presentation of Dr. Laura Plezier, very good presentation indeed, connected with Oborsky family. It is clear that Oborsky family, they were very tight connected with Radvilas family. They were servants of Radvilas. For example, Piotr Oborsky, he was the administrator of Biržai. So their ties were more close with Radvilas, not so close with Kettlers. On the other hand, the Duke of Kurland helped Radvila, the thunderstorm, sending his soldiers to Vilnius in 1600 when Radvila fought with Chodkevičiai family, hoping that his son Jonuš I might end up marrying the richest bride, last Duchess of Slutsk, Sofia Olelkovich. Political interests again brought Radvila, the thunderstorm, together with another Kettler son, the Duke of Kurland and Semigalia Friedrich, when fighting against the Swedes. Radvila visited Kettler's court in Mytau several times. It is known about his stay in 1580. His fiancée, Kotrina Tenchinska, even complained about the attention of women at the court in Mytau. According to her, there were even those who paid visit to him. It is very likely that in 1586, Radvila participated in the wedding of the Great Marshal of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Albrecht Radvila, and Anna Kettler, the daughter of Gotthard Kettler in Mytau. The Kettlers and the Radvilas, but only another branch, the branch of Olyka-Nesvyš, became relatives. Anna Kettler spent a lot of time in Lithuania, and here we can see her portrait. Especially, she liked Kaunas and Pune. She constantly communicated with the Dukes of Biržai and Dubingiai. For example, she invited Janusz I to the wedding of her daughter Barbora and Mikalojus Kiška. Anna's Kettler portrait, created in the end of the 16th century, survived. Next to the almost full-figured image of a young woman dressed in Spanish style, a miniature puppy lying on the table was painted as well. And this is the first portrait of a Grand Duchy of Lithuania noblewoman with a puppy. And it is it is quite important for the animal history in Lithuania. During the war with Swedes, the next Duke of Biržai, Christopher II, especially in the second and third decades, was heavily engaged in political events around the Duchy of Kurland. Christopher II's attitudes to the integration of Kurland into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and his activities were analyzed in the historical research. Therefore, I'll not comment on them further. I'll note only that Radvila communicated with all the Kettlers in his time. It was useful in every sense, from political matters to economics, cultural affairs. For example, the people of Radvila were able to move freely through the territory of Kurland. Timber was transported from this duchy to the estates of Radvila. Masters to work in the constructions of Radvila manors came from Kurland. Radvila had received some cannons, like other weapons, from the Kettlers. Both sides had to communicate about the migrating peasants. Radvila got dogs, horses as a gift from the Kettlers. Even a woman from Kurland, Mrs. Grotuzova, cured feminine disease of Radvila's wife, Duchess Anna, in the beginning of the 17th century. Finally, it is certainly known then that in 1629, the Duke of Kurland visited Biržai Castle. And here we see Christopher II and the Duke of Kurland and Semigalia Friedrich Kettler. The communication between Janusz II and Boguslav Radvilos and their families with the Duke of Kurland, Jacob Kettler, and his family took place at a particular difficult time known as deluge. At this time, communication between the Radvilos and the Ketlas remained very close, first of all due political circumstances. For example, Janusz II, in the middle you can see him, often used Jacob Kettler, who also established a secret relationship with Stockholm from Warsaw, as a middleman in his relations with Sweden. It is worth to emphasize that both Janusz II and Duke of Kurland were energetic supporters of the Calvinist Lutheran alliance. So personal ties became even closer than before. The Radvilos' visitors at the court of Kurland show that. In 1651, we see Janusz II and Boguslavas in Mitau at the baptism of Charlotte Sophia, the daughter of the Duke Jacob. Radvilos gave the newborn a precious gift, a huge rabbit hat and a diamond rose. In the spring of 1656, Jacob Kettler granted protection and allowed the residence to the widow of Janusz II, Maria Lupu, in Dobele Castle. She lived in Kurland until the beginning of autumn, almost for 3 or 4 months. Here you can see Maria and Dobele castles in that time. Janusz II orphan daughter, Anna Maria, spent almost 10 years, even 10 years in Mitau court. Here she lived with breaks from 1654 to 1665, excuse me. At that time, Mitau became an important center of communication. One of the richest brides of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania not only received letters from suitors, but some of them personally visited her in Mitau. The young woman was very attached to the Duchess of Kurland, Louise Charlotte. In her letters, she called her mother. Here we see Anna Maria in the left side and the Duchess of Kurland, Louise Charlotte. In her honor, even, the only daughter of Anna Maria was named after Louise Charlotte. The last Duchess, here we can see, the last Duchess of Biržai Radvilos, Louise Charlotte, also maintained her emotional connection with the Kurland dukes. At the age of just 7, in her handwritten letters in German and French, she addressed her as a beloved grandmother, the Duchess of Kurland, Louise Charlotte Kettler, reassuring her of her love. And finally, a representative of Radvila attended the funeral of Duchesses of Kurland. Summarizing, the relationship between Radvilos and the Duke of Kurland, starting with the establishment of the Duchy of Kurland until the extinction of the Biržai-Dubingiai Radvilos, could be characterized as equivalent, useful for both sides in terms of political, as well as in economic and cultural aspects. Thank you for your attention.
Liels paldies! Jautājumu lūdzu.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments or remarks? Some time for the questions. Do we have any questions in chat to our Lithuanian colleagues? I know that there is one question sent to Mr. Aivas Ragauskas. representative from Brandenburg has sent a question about us. He is still online and his wife is, so we could try to ensure that part of our discussion among our remote participants. And meanwhile, Miss Marita could comment the relationships. Presentation and article is very interesting, and this topic is also very less studied and researched. On a Latvian behalf, we should really pay more attention to that relationship between Radvilas and Kettlers. We have materials in Latvia and in the archives of Lithuania and Belarus. So, I could comment the relationship that the Duke Jacob was very interested in various technical sciences, and he had drafted and developed the improvement of fortification in the castle of Jelgava in 40s of that century, and he used book by Freytag that was popular at that time on fortification, but in his turn Freytag was on the service of Biržai Radvilas, and we have also relations similar to that as well. And interestingly enough, that Gotthard Kettler's daughter, who was married to Albrecht Radvilas, the marshal, and their wedding took place in Mitau in January. That is the only wedding which was celebrated in Jelgava Castle, because unfortunately later on only funerals took place there, and weddings were hosted in Kultīga later on. So such interesting facts about Kultīga will be kept for tomorrow as well. So Aivas is ready to answer it.
Yeah. Thank you for your question, dear Peter. I want to say that this question is very complicated, and this question is very broad. You have very good researchers in Latvia, and they could answer better than me. Thank you.
Tā. Es varu pakomentēt jautājumu.
The question was... So the question was... Lea Bronner asked him to brief on which are the most famous documents which were printed in the Duchy of Kurland and which was printing it. That was quite a general question, and it was perhaps hard to answer such a question briefly. Do we have any questions to Miss Ragauskiene? I have a question. The question is, where from data were obtained about participation of Janusz II at the baptization of the original sources of literature or documentary evidence, or from some secondary bibliography? I would like to comment on the question as the description of the National Historical Archives. There have been a file named the baptization of the daughter and description of that baptization and party later on, but unfortunately the file is missing. And Juškevič most probably has published in his book on the times of Janusz II during the times of the Duchy of Courland, but we are not so 100% sure that the author of the book could be trusted 100%. And I am interested in the fact whether these were original documents or these are secondary, like retold from somebody else. So I would like to see the document. That would be really interesting and exciting.
Varbūt, lai mēs paspējam
maybe to manage with other questions as well. So do we have any other more questions to Ms. Ragauskiene? So it was really very interesting topic of her speech. Do we have any other question? Yes, actually it is possible. We would like to know what are the sources where the information comes from about the disease and about the ladies which were paid so much attention and went to look at the Duchess. So in all times prominences are interesting for other people, and so people want to see them. It was in 17th and also in 21st century, so technology has changed, but not the people. So if we will not have this feedback with Lithuania, then we will try to find questions in the collection of scientific articles, and so but it will take some time. Will it be possible to receive an answer now, or should we wait and have it later? Okay, we just spend some more minutes waiting. Any other comment regarding lecture of Mr. Ragausks? Marīte, anything? So not really. So the topics are really wide and very interesting. So it is more questions than answers can be provided. So it is a pity that in April we couldn't come together, and we had to postpone due to COVID. And if we had all researchers here locally, that would be more interesting. But we live in such situation which is here, and we try to adapt and adjust. And as I see that Lithuanian colleagues are ready to answer.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Mariusz Balcerek, for his private message. Thank you very much, and thank you him, first of all, for his wonderful book. And the second question is, where was the information about Radvila's participation in the baptism of Sophia taken from? Primary, original, or secondary sources? There are some sources about this event. I took this information, first of all, from Januszkiewicz monography. And after I looked through the archive of Warsaw, and in Warsaw, in the archive in Warsaw, there are some documents about this event as well.
Okay, thank you. Nu, laikam tad varam teikt paldies.
So then we can say thanks to our Lithuanian colleagues, and we give floor to a local lecturer, to our colleague. So, and we give floor to Dr. Philology Viesturs Zanders, Deputy Chair in Scientific Research Center for Latvian and Baltic Studies, National Library of Latvia. And he will speak about Library of Duke Kettler of Courland and Semigalia and its fate. Dear participants of the conference, dear interessants in this topic, listening to us online, research on historical depositories of scientific libraries already for several tens of years in Latvia has become an essential direction for work here. So we can speak about the exhibition Invisible Library, which is impossible without research of historical depository of the Latvian National Library. Also, we cooperate with Uppsala University Library and other European libraries. And the answer to the question, why is it necessary, is the fact that during Counter-Reformation and the books published in 17th century as a war trophy came to Sweden and are stored in the University of Uppsala University. Also, Kettler's family or dynasty books, which have been accumulated and collected here in Kuldīga and in Jelgava, have been moved and for 300 years already are stored outside Latvia. This private library actually is one of the most interesting cases in the history of Latvia, and it is very interesting to follow how these books and this library have moved and have been transported. So the library of Kettler's dynasty was formed starting with the 16th century, second part of 16th century, and continued through until the end of 17th century. During the Norse War in 1701, the library was moved from the capital of Kurland, Jelgava, to Riga. On 1714, it was moved to Petersburg, where it became one of the cornerstones for establishing Russian Scientific Academy library. Unfortunately, Library of Kurland Duchess doesn't have favorable destiny. It has a fate. So the information after moving this library is very scarce and irregular, and so we cannot examine and analyze it very well. So the Duchess of Kurland had own library in 1776 on the essay about the Kunstkammer and Russian Library of Scientific Academy. It has first been mentioned by Joachim Beckmaster, and it says that it has been more than 2,000 books on philosophy and theology. The fate of this library was made more topical after more than 100 years due to the activities of German Baltian historians. So Henrik Dietrichs, who was the teacher in Jelgava, paid attention to one catalogue of the library from 17th century, and it stated it has used to be more than 120 publishings, books mostly in German and Netherlands, and also in Latin, French, Italian, and Polish languages. Friedrich Kessler informed the association who was examining Latvian history and he made a catalogue, and it was very interesting that it was this ex-biblioteca Ducis Kurlandia, and this catalogue enlisted the books, more than 2,700. All were published in 16th and 17th century, and they were catalogized according to the format. It was as it used to be in those years. So it was theology, it was legal acts, it was also medicine, also philosophy, history, mathematics, and philology. According to Diederichs, the largest increase of the number of books was related with the Dutch Duke Jacob. But his son, Friedrich Casimir, just supplemented it in very small number. According to publication of 1923 Latvian book, scientist Artur Stāls described the Latvian library of Dukes of Kurland, and said that the Revocation Commission in 1920 told that these books, only some of these books returned to Latvia. And it is interesting to tell that already at that time, manuscripts were more available for examination, which were transported to Petersburg. And for instance, the university professor Leonid Arbuzovs Jr. described the copy of the grammar prepared by Georg Smancelus. And this is also in the depository of the library. And it is possible that due to the fact that these manuscripts, which are stored separately and also stored now in Russian Scientific Academy, and it was a precondition for identification and research of these manuscripts. Latvian scientist Kārlis Draviņš, who lived in Sweden after the World War II, he examined and made research and published afterwards also the album of Martin Bünchert. And it has been published in Charlotte van Banderbung songbook. So by using documents of Vidzeme, Swedish general governor, in Latvian State History Archive, also others historians have made different research, and also we see that the library has traveled from Jelgava to Riga in 1701, and then later in 1714 to Petersburg. Unfortunately, these data used in this research has been used with this old data, not with the young researchers. And this research, which was performed in Russia, had allowed us to know that right now in Russia we have 61 manuscript book, handwritten book, which was used to belong to the Duchy of Courland. And Russian scientist Irina Lebedeva has stated that kettlers mostly owned biblical texts, their explanations, interpretations, 21 manuscripts, also books on geography, history, politics, and ethics, also articles on the publishings of nature sciences and architecture, mostly in German, but also in Latin, French, Italian, Netherlandish, and also Swedish languages. According to Lebedeva, that this library is not a bibliophile, but it is for texts for daily use. So we have examined this, and the scientists have examined the library in different times, and in 70s, Latvian scientist Jānis Stradiņš has published his research, and unfortunately we see that we have just scarce information, but this phenomena is impossible to examine this in very thorough and very well. So Russian scientists Savelyos and Bubnova, they are very precise and very correct in historiographic research, and then they say that URSS has not revised the publications, but in Finland, National Library researcher Sirka Havu has explained the fate of this library, and also provides us with a possibility to examine this, the fate of the library better. It turns out that after 1809, when Finland was added to the Russian, and its capital was Helsinki, in this city university was established, founded, and they received bulky collections of books from Petersburg. And in 1829 they received more than 4,000 books, receiving in Alexander University in Helsinki Russian books on theology and jurisprudence, and also copies, or not copies, but doublets, which were not needed in the scientific academy. And also here, it was part of the Duchy of Courland, Library of the Duchy of Courland. These are 886 names of the books, and there are also convolutes, so not related works in one volume. And also we have to take into account the utterance of Sylvia Haus that not everything what was sent from Petersburg. University of Helsinki have made these books as presents or exchanged towards other editions, and this is, has been normal practice. In any case, in 1997, a catalogue was published, which is very positive, very good instrument, very good tool for research to get to know about the fate of the library of the Duchy of Courland. And the largest part of the library is still in Petersburg, and we have to, and it is still so that we do not have information resources to establish the actual volume of the depository of the collection of the Petersburg Library. And of course, we have to understand that this collection, which is made in the 18th century and which is stored in Petersburg and also as a copy in Latvian National Archive, doesn't depict the situation, the current situation of these books. And researcher Vladislav Stasevich says that it is not that it is incomplete, also not correct, and even falsified. And Stasevich is of opinion that convolute with the Bible of French Calvinists and Psalms has belonged to Louise de Charlotte, and this is the only one book which really belonged to the library of the Duchess of the Courland. And right now we see that it is real problematic to understand the volume of library, the thematical variety, and also to understand how this collection was made, and also to see what was the place of the library among other libraries in the 17th century. So among these 886 books which are stored in Finland in National Library, there is also one in Kymnabel, and which is the printing of 1493 depicting activities of Georgius IX, and it has belonged to Friedrich Brackel from Kukshi Manor, and also 3 other books or incunables are stored in Russia. So they are, so not always it is rational basis why one books are sent away and ones are stored. So also in this collection there are 36 polytypes from 16th century, and they are works of Christopher Froschauer and also Peter Kveventhal and Henrik Petri. Here, 2 publishings, and when you look at these 2, so a little bit at this and a little bit at that, so we see and so position, we would say, so it is something has been written in the books, but for researchers it is really possibility to examine things, to make research even deeper. And this book has belonged to one diplomat and chronist, Ardent Millian, and he has had contacts with people here in this region, and this book from the 17th century has belonged to Ventspils inhabitant Rudolf Strauss, but this is just a place where he had been born, and afterwards he has lived in different countries in Europe, has studied a lot, and has left Courland. But of course we can ask why I am showing this. Right now, I show this to you just to see that the books are represented also in Europe. So, and we see that these books have been printed in different places. And I also I know that those who are researchers today and who study today, it is for them these names are very well known. So Leipzig, Amsterdam. So it is not surprising that no publishing from Jelgava is in this collection. So in Jelgava, the printing house was established, as we heard, in 1667, but it is strange why no publication from there. So majority of the books represented and authors represented in this library are known only by specialists, but for instance, John Bunyan, Jacob Ben, Jean Calvin, Martin Luther, Girolamo Savonarola, and others. So, regarding languages, there's German and Latin dominating, but also French, English, Swedish, and other languages. Also, Georgs Manselis' book in Latvian, which was published in 1654 in Riga, and as says Silvia Havu, then the library of dukes was dominated by theology and also judicial issues. And in the books we find ex libri and monograms, and also devotions and property inscriptions proves that the books have belonged to the dukes and also to people belonging to their families. And also in the depository of Helsinki in 1997, there is one book has been found which used to belong to Kettlers and also to Gotthard Kettler. And there are also many books which had belonged to Kettler's son Wilhelm Kettler and even his grandson Friedrich Casimir. So in some places monogram has disappeared or is hardly visible. In other books it is really very visible. But there is a book by Rostock University professor Johann Simon, and there is also devotion to the Wilhelm and inscriptions that it is a gift to this young guy. And Jakob Friedrich Casimirs receives a book as a present already at the age of 9. So this is a real prospect. And also owners of the books have been the wife of the Duke Jacob, Louisa Charlotte, and here we see that it is the book devoted to her, and also her mother had books. Also Theolog Johannes Bergius have made a present to her. Also, many of the books from this library have belonged to a poet and a librarian of the Duke, Christian Bormann, which is well known in our culture history. Then he has also poems about Jelgava, and I think that you have seen these in your during your work. And he has also mentioned in that book several names who have owned these books, and books are still in Helsinki University Library. Christian Bormann's. So we also see the different books which belong to Friedrich Brackels, which I mentioned before, lawyer Onofre Gessler, also Flemish lawyer Matthäus Wezenbeck. So in these books we see that the ownership of the books have changed. Several books are related to the priest Nikolaus Pasha, and it is not surprising that there is also a book by Holstein's priest Paul Egard. Both are printed in Königsberg, and both are given as presents to Wilhelm Kettler. So yes, it is not surprising that it is Holstein's priest Paul Edgard, and it belonged to Georg Manselis. This is not surprising, yes, but it is more difficult to explain how the library has received a book from the 16th century Italian author Marco Antonio Cucchi, and it has belonged to Christopher Helsberg. One of the books from the collection of the Duke's Library, which has been printed in Dresden in 1587, which is one of the 6 volumes of comments of Psalms. This was published by Christopher Fischers, and this was in detail described by Finnish researcher Leija Rebane. She has focused her attention to the whole volume as such. The binding of this has been very, very decorative, and also she could not answer the question how such book has reached the library of Duchy, and as in many cases, books which have been transported as war trophy, the books are not stored together. There are books which can be found in Rundale Palace Museum. It was also exhibited in 2014 in the exhibition Ex Bibliotheca Ducis Curlandia, which was the first in our new library. And we also have new thoughts and ideas and hypotheses about the library and how the library has made and what was the interests of the owners of such a library of that time. And regardless of the corrections in research regarding this library, we can say that this is not a library just by random choice of books, but this is really a collection of books which is worth examining and research. And thanks to Helsinki University Library and also the place where their books are stored, so due to the fact, and this library from 2006 has been granted status of Finnish National Library. It stores actually the most significant collection of Latvian publishings outside Latvia. So we would say that this is the largest depository of books printed in Latvia in the whole history. And it has been also and there are also books by the president of Johann Albert Korft, which has been president of the Russian Science Academy. Thank you for your attention, and I already want to thank the organizers of this conference for this huge work organizing this event for us to feel nice and to have productive work.
Thank you to the speaker. Do we have any questions from the audience or from our remote audience? I have a question. You have already mentioned actually that there are publications located in Helsinki, but perhaps these are not mentioned in the catalogue. In St. Petersburg, I had a question to take a look at the original and to study it slightly. And of course, in Hansen's copy and in St. Petersburg's catalogue, I'm interested in the France segment, specific publication in French on Pierre de Moulin, priest from France, and in St. Petersburg's catalogue of Kurland books. There are some publications, whereas in Helsinki, Sirks, Havo, and Lebedeva's catalogue have more entries in the catalogues. Do you have any hypothesis about difference in the number of entries? I would rather prefer not as there is no scientific answer, but I think that in 2012, before the occupation of Crimea, when I was visiting this city, I could not imagine that in 2014 in Rundale and in Rundale Palace and in National Library of Latvia, we could not have imagined to place together two small pieces of those originals. But I really separate what I'm thinking about my colleagues and employees, as well as in the library of the the Academy of Sciences, and of course and the managers or heads of departments or of the Academy of Science and the head of Academy of Science under the portrait of their leader, and who are in brackets open to the cooperation and to open research. Even if there is a catalogue and there are some errors, the catalogue still exists, but the working conditions currently existing in the library of the Academy of Sciences, and it is not possible to be and work there for a month. If we had an opportunity to be there ourselves and to work for a month in sorting, checking, and validating, then we could really come to the genuine and precise catalogue of our Kurland library. We have questions come in from Miss Izu Ozola. Do also some dancing books in French, English, or Danish are mentioned there? Thank you for a very exciting question. And as our famous bibliographist Mr. Missing has said once, you just dig in the catalogues and in manuscripts and publications. Therefore, I would like to be reserved not to answer unprecisely or be mistaken. Therefore, most probably not, but I'm not sure. And the legal documents and publications, judicial publications, are included in the catalogues and the compilation and collection of handwritten manuscripts being kept in St. Petersburg. Perhaps that some different disciplines are also represented in the library of Kurland, but it's really hard to say. We have two more questions. Mariusz Balcereks asks the question. His question is, have you faced books on warfare and art, martial art, and art of war? I have not faced that in particular, as after 1.5 days of work in the library or in Russia, I have briefly described and opportunities of being to work there openly, and the work in Helsinki, which is quite opposite to the working and being in the library in St. Petersburg. And the dominating part of the library Lea Branner from Germany asks, what do you know about the origin of the books? To what extent the library represented the political relations of the Duchy of Courland? One of the last slides in my presentation depicting books, a book with detailed description. Also, a Finnish scientist and researcher had studied some years ago. She also evidenced that this openness and transparency, as well as kinship among the Duke family and family members elsewhere, has had some impact on the collection to the library of the Duke, but it really requires more specific and additional research in order for me to be able to answer more precisely regarding some specific disciplines or categories or sectors. No other questions? Do we have any questions in the audience? I have a question, of course. We saw many books which belong to individuals, private persons, and these have been representatives of the court of the Duke, and who had small room in Jelgava Palace. Is it correct to call it the library of the Kettler family, rather than the compilation of books, a library of books of the Duchy of Courland time? And these have been books which had belonged to particular individuals. Yeah, this is really good question, and we should really consider that potential definition. In the experience of the National Library of Latvia, especially in the 20th century, sometimes adding books or things, books of individuals to the library collection of the Duke family, when some publications have been added from more distant persons and personalities. Any other questions? If not, we would like to thank... no, we have a question from Norway. Perhaps some question from Russia? When you are going to come to Russia next time? Question like that. Aivas Ragauskas has a question.
Yeah, I know that Jacob Kettler had a book from Rets printing house in Kedaiņi. Tas bija vairāk komentārs no Aivasa.
Jā, paldies. Būdams gan vācu zinātājs,
So, as a master of German language, I didn't perceive. So the books are printed from the Goetz. Good. So he knew that Duke Jacob had a book from the printing house of Goetz. This is more like a comment. So with a smile emoji at the end. So I am smiling back. And sent him to search for that book in St. Petersburg. That would be quite an adventure. So I would like to thank the speakers of the second session and Marita Yakovleva, who was moderating the second session as well. And the present audience is invited for to coffee break, and we will reconvene 3:45 back in the hall. Thank you.
Labdien tiem, kas ir pievienojušies!
Once again, dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue our conference, International Scientific Conference, the time of Duchy of Courland and Semigalia, the unique period in world history. And now I pass the floor to the moderator of our session, senior researcher, Dr. Historian Ieva Ose. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start our third session of today's work, and we will continue with the leading researcher of the National Library of Latvia, Dr. Filol Pauls Daija, for his presentation, People's Enlightenment Through Books in the 18th Century, Duchy of Courland. Welcome. Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers for my opportunity to participate in the conference. And switching over from political science to the history of printing and book printing, I would like to pay your attention to the People's Enlightenment books in the 18th century Duchy of Courland. From the mid to late 18th century, under the rule of Duke Peter Biron. Of course, on one side, it provides a vision and perspective to new aspects towards and regarding the Duchy of Courland, and focus on the Duchy of Courland also could assist in understanding and perceiving the development of printing in Latvia as well. People's Enlightenment is a definition I have used in my presentation and is originated from German term Volksaufklärung, which was a reform movement in the German-speaking countries in the 18th century. Those ideas, thanks to the studies of Baltic enlighteners in German universities, traveled to and reached Courland and Vidzem as well. By this movement aimed by using printed books and periodicals to educate peasants, Latvian peasants, and thus facilitating the far-reaching social change and transformation by gradually facilitating the reforms in rural and peasant society, as well as laying preconditions for the annulment of slavery. And when the main treasurers of Latvian culture and Latvian language and literature were the Baltic priests. Of course, it might seem quite minor, especially in the context of the bibliographical history and political history science, but that was a part of a movement and a reformist movement throughout Europe. And as the researcher of Baltic Enlightenment from Germany, Reinhard Ziegert, who, quote, the People's or Popular Enlightenment tried to provide a common people that knowledge and mental capability, in particular, those cornerstone and starting point for a functional modern democratic society and public and civic society. Of course, not mentioning democracy by its term as coined such, they hoped to facilitate the common people to make that first step to become a full-fledged citizen and a modern individual. And this component was fought by Mr. Kant, who was speaking about the self-enlightenment of the public and seeing the mass participation in the process as a way to sapere aude, the clear provision of knowledge and concept, for instance, natural laws, meant the change in mentality. Of course, The movement, first of all, is associated with the words by two Kurland representatives, priest Gotthard Friedrich Stender and publisher Johann Friedrich Steffenhagen, and their common work and belief in the ideas of enlightenment mainly created the flourishment of people's enlightenment in Kurland. And by using this opportunity, I would like to express my delight on the fact that his memory and commemoration has become more topical in recent years, alongside with the exhibition dedicated exactly to the Steffenhagen Publishing and Printing House at the National Library of Latvia, and the catalogue of published exhibition, as well as activities of the Stender Association by creating tourism sites in Sunakste, and the last, the high knowledge or enlightenment path and trail was opened a month ago. If compared to Kurzeme and Vidzeme, which was Estonian part, and Estonia, specific nature of Kurland can be discussed in various factors. Of course, a very and peculiarly fast and rapid creation of literary and professional genres in Latvian literature culture, which had been functioning mainly in within the framework of religious printing and publishing to mid-18th century. And of course, publishing of such works and pieces and manuscripts dedicated and aimed at peasants, having no analog in German-speaking countries. In addition, we can mention not only priests as the main distributors of the idea of enlightenment, but as well as engagement of noble gentry, landed gentry, officials, clerks, and doctors in translating and compiling books in Latvian language. And as we can see in a moment further on in my presentation, not only the philanthropy of the Enlightenment was significant, and the very required and topical skill of attracting external and internal financing in the 18th century. Then we are speaking of the epoch of Enlightenment. Of course, we cannot mention the Masonry, and in this particular case, that was the Chamber of Jelgava at 3 crowned swords. But of course, it is the topic and really a theme to be studied in the future. So Jelgava as a center for publishing and printing in Kurland, thanks to the printing house of the Duke of Kurland, really originated and emerged the people's enlightenment in Latvian language, starting from the publishing and printing of the Latvian calendar in Jelgava, and the first editions of that calendar, which unfortunately have not survived to date. The earliest dating back to 1750, published by Johann Heinrich Kester and taken over by the Duke's printer and printing house Christian Littke. After the death of Mr. Littke, his widow was married to the surgeon and barber coming from North Germany, Johann Friedrich Steffenhagen, who had started publishing the calendar from 1770 and having the lease right from the Academia Petrina in Jelgava. We can say that for the first time during those years, Latvian readers who had used to the religious literature received knowledge through books containing contemporary and very necessary knowledge to them Gradually, in the second half of the 18th century, calendar reached the number of copies being published of 2,000 to 3,000, and it was the most popular top seller in Latvian language, apart from the religious works, as the religious songs, prayers, and the Bible. Of course, the most interesting for our research would be the first annuals dedicated to Courland. For instance, the calendar of 1763, the first containing the literary annex in the format of catechism, included questions and answers, providing short news about the history and dukes of Courland, as well as the role and place of Courland in the world and Europe, the area of the fatherland, a number of towns, etc. And we can see on the slide the first printed description or brief description of history of Courland in Latvian language. Unfortunately, the authorship is not yet found out. The structure and layout following the change of generations of dukes of Courland, and only one example describing the events in the 17th century, I would like to outline that a political history was merged with the history of Latvians by mentioning the prayers of Georg Mansell and indicating to the changes in the culture of books during the epoch of enlightenment in Latvian society. And of course, we can consider that the central axis or pillar of a people's enlightenment in Courland consisted of the very productive and fruitful activity of the old standard, which we know very well, but I will not mention it in details. But I would like to pay your attention to the publication of the first works by the Mason Jacob Friedrich Hinz, indicating to the role and importance of Aizpute, alongside with the book publishing and distribution in Jelgava. These are the enlightening secular works by standard, apart from the religious and linguistic creations and inventions. The Book of High Knowledge and Wisdom was the first encyclopedia meant for peasants. Many different religious and linguistic works have been published as well, but we must really outline the Book of High Wisdom, which according to the Professor Stradinch, to be the first encyclopedia for encyclopedics for peasants without any equivalent in German-speaking languages. Quite intriguing for the researchers of printing in the 18th century is the number of repeated publications demonstrating and proving that those works and publications had gained popularity immediately and were very demanded among the Latvian readers. It was quite a paradox that issues were quite voluminous and numerous, taking into consideration that the people having literate people were lesser than in Vidzeme. Courland representative Johann Friedrich Casimir Rosenberger and Regan Johann Adolf Stein should be mentioned as the founders of the creative literature and inventive literature started by standards, who published their compilations of poetry and prose in Jelgava. Later on, the son of Stenders, Alexander Johann Stender, who published the first play in Latvian language, which later was known as the Drinking Bartholomeus. All these very famous works have been published in Jelgava in Steffenhagen's printing house or issued by all four themselves. And these are the most significant books which really expanded the Enlightenment, people's enlightenment, where gradually different disciplines of everyday life were added to. That was agriculture, horticulture, cattle breeding, medicine, and so on. And I would like to pay special attention to the authors, landed gentry and local officials, Gercimski and Meyer, who hadn't known Latvian language, and they created and wrote their manuscripts addressed to Latvians in German language, as well as an official later author of the Stender's biography, Czerniewski, whereas priest Klapmeyer wrote and described the crops of clover, which was not known before, and included the translation from an academic text published and issued by from the lecture of Saxon agronomist Schubert, and included into the book alongside with the diary of farmer Klapmeyer. And these works have stayed at the background and in the shadow of the literary heritage of Old Stender. Still, in the second half of 18th century, they were of the same significance as they really expanded the borders and boundaries of literary culture, consolidated the role of books in the lives of peasants, and really laid the foundations for specific direction in the Latvian printing culture. The people's enlightenment regarding the judicial and legal issues was also quite cultivated in Kurland, and one of the examples has been the Strutele country laws published in 1793, as we can see at this slide. During the rule of Peter Biron, the nobles started issuing and publishing the laws of their manors, following the rights incorporated in the Charter of Kurland of 1617, to be the legitimate power and law-making power for their peoples. And more than 10 such private laws of Kurland for Kurland peasants have been published, aiming at, as described by Arvid Schwabe, to improve productivity of the mandatory work, to combat drunkardness and negligence, to consolidate supervision and monitoring, and providing solidar and collective responsibility for the farmers on decent management and duties to be paid. Along, in parallel to the people's enlightenment in Kurland, and these ideas spread in Vidzeme as well, and we can see also some significant works being written in the 18th century, including the Calendar of Vidzeme, the first Latvian periodical Latvian doctor, as well as translation of bestseller of the German Enlightenment period, the Book of Good News and Advice. Still, Vidzeme was lagging behind in terms of people's enlightenment of Kurland, and new trends occurred with one exception only, so with some delay. But still some Vidzeme people had explained it with the significant role of Peter Byron and more human attitude of noble people towards peasants and more favorable conditions for attracting financing. And that also coincides with quite a general perception that Courland, which had not suffered the devastations of the North War and did not maintain the army of Russian Tsar, where land was more fruitful and productive, and the noble people were more human. And therefore, I would like to conclude my presentation with a quote from Vidzeme priest Christian Wilhelm Brockhusen in 1827 in Riga by opening the first meeting of the Literary Society of Latvians. On the next year, that speech was published in the issue magazine of the Latvian Literary Society. In that speech, perhaps the achievements and endeavors of Courland and Vidzeme were compared in facilitating Latvian literature. And the quote: "We should not forget that God also made him, Mr. Stenders, be quite lucky for a living subordinate to a very rich noble person and father of the land who really loved his peasants and who had many manors, and peasants were living quite luckily in those manors. The noble person was speaking Latvian himself and did not spare money for buying books for his people. Stenders was lucky to live in Courland, where respectful noblemen, more than noblemen of Vidzeme, loved Latvian language more, spoke in Latvian, and was more on good terms with their peasants. And therefore these noble men did not spare money and gave money to Mr. Stenders for printing those books. So his noblemen were very generous and very good. And Stenders was still looking for some benefit and some for profit. He was very wise and very happy that Latvians started learning to read, how to read and how to write, and were able of buying more books. This good nobleman was the old Steffenhagen, and having known as such things should be tackled and had a lot of luck and a good of happiness, we Vidzeme people had to strive much more and fight ourselves so that money is not given to us, money is less belongings and less happiness. So Vidzeme should really pay a tribute to Courland, because Courland has been an example and pioneer in the Enlightenment, how Latvians make more wise and smart through literacy. Of course, we can be quite surprised and excited about the contribution of printing and books for people's enlightenment in Courland. Second thing is that it's really emphasizes and makes of the social and the influence of social and financial conditions on the dynamic development of printing and writings more topical, and also provides another facet for unique role of Courland and Semigalia in Enlightenment period and educating Latvians to be worth commemorating. Thank you so much for your speech. Do we have any questions in the audience? We have some questions forwarded. The question from Gustavs Stranga, whether the audience of the books devoted and dedicated and printed in Courland was meant and aimed at people living in Courland only, peasants only, or people of other social layers also read and used those books, and whether those books were read also in Riga or elsewhere in Latvia. Courland printing houses were very decent as to include the Vidzeme people as their addressees, and we can see it in the name of New Time books and Vidzeme calendar, starting the counting of time in Vidzeme in the 18th century. German periodicals in the 18th century and reviews on the old standards, book of high wisdom that noble people mainly mastered Latvian language have used that book in particular for self-education. Therefore, we can say that apart from the primary addressees and target audience of people of Courland and Vidzeme, there were secondary target audiences, a wider scope and audience of readers. Any other question? I have a comment more regarding the as if more favorable financial conditions in the Duchy of Courland. Is that mentioned historiography, or is that your opinion? That was mentioned in several sources of the 18th century. And Arvid Schwabe also described that comparison, but most probably these comparisons originate from Vidzeme. If we take a look in history, Courland had suffered the same in the Great North War, as not only Russian but also Saxon army had to be maintained and kept for several years, and the Duchess and the court money was sent to Duke Ferdinand as well, and we cannot say that in the first third of the 18th century the financial conditions of Courland were better. Of course, we can discuss the influence of Peter Biron as donor. In his book about the role of impact of Peter Biron, perhaps it is high time to really correct that opinion existing in the works by other foreign work authors. Yes, definitely. We do not see any financial support, more financial support, or flourishment of emergence of the printing in the first third of the 18th century. Contemporaries had mentioned about the Peter Biron actually slightly changes the image of Peter Biron in the German historiography, mentioned by several authors as well. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. We really thank the speaker. And now let us switch to the second presentation.
And the next speaker we have Simona Sofija Valke, researcher from Folklore and Art Institute, University of Latvia, and she will speak about French literature on offer in the newspapers of the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia. So the floor is yours.
Labdien, sākšu ar virsraksta komentāru.
Hello, I will start with the comment of the title of my lecture, Newspapers. It should have been a newspaper, because there is just one newspaper which is printed in 1671. But through times, the name of it is changed, and so if I said newspaper, then I had to name the newspaper, and then I couldn't choose. So I thought about the core of the body of the research, and therefore I wrote newspapers, and just until the end of publishing the very newspaper with different names. So the publishing of the first newspaper of the Duchy of Courland and Semigalia represents the change of habits of reading from intensive to extensive type of reading. In this time, French literature is circulating around Europe, and it is circulating in micro-communities, transcending national borders, and it makes different and it forms united segments in the European culture. So it is Gelehrte Republik is what we know about this newspaper. So this indicates that it is related with research in Latvia, and this could be Republic of Sciences. So this is everywhere existing and independent. But in the French research, the best definition is used by Annie Barnes in 1938, and the quotation. So this newspaper is made by educated people and the researchers from all countries, and it is Latin and French. And the first duty of every citizen is to serve the sciences and to have this exchange system and to make also the real bonds between the citizens of this ideal republic. End of the quote. So by summarizing this quote and the utterance of Voltaire, I could say that this republic of sciences, so this helps us to exchange information and research information, and this also includes books, and books invite you to entertain, to improve skills like it is today and get new knowledges. And the number of books increases, and it is more and more difficult to understand them, to find the best books, and so the printed media makes this guiding takes this guiding lead. Mostly in Courland it was publishing in German, but also in French. Gazette de Leyde, and but also local mass printed press creates common information space. It also offers books and also influences the way people think, and also they are influenced. So it is the space for information, and it is essential for local elite, because if you ignore this, so you are anti-social element, and so you do not comply with the principles of enlightenment. So enlightenment ideas is also in the name of the newspaper. So the first name is the News of Jelgava, on learned and local issues, educated issues. So this educating aspect is being emphasized. And then the newspaper is led by the Academia Petrina, and they changed the name, and that I will tell about later. And the Academia of Petrinas, who have been learned in Germany, they belong to intellectual community, to this Republic of Sciences. French as the communication language for the academia is not strange. They speak and they read, and this is the aim of the research, and also to and the body of the research include 1.5 years of the publishing of the newspaper, starting from July 1775 until the end of 1776, around 100 issues, and the aim is to investigate the offer of literature news and books offered by the newspaper, also in the context of 18th century education, reading culture, and culture exchange. And so I assume that within this 1.5 years, when the newspaper is managed by Academia Petrina, they popularize French Enlightenment works and ideas. So first I will tell you about the development of the newspaper, then I will speak about most popular French works and also will tell about these books and related issues. So the German historian Rolf Ensingen has a thesis on the change of reading habits. He explains how reading habits have been changed in Europe in the second half of 18th century. So it is intensive reading, reading aloud. Books are reading aloud for people from the beginning till the end, sometimes repeatedly. And mostly these are religious texts in Lutheric German countries. And it is because the number of books is limited. Extensive reading, when there are more and more books, so implicit silent individual reading, and then the readings are more fragmented, and also the volume of the material differs, and also the number of religious text is becoming smaller. During Goethe time, people face Lesewood or the reading madness, so books are read, and they are almost swallowed. Engels's thesis is discussed quite, I just provided to you in very schematic way, and there are differences between social layers, but the overall and general opinion says that in second half of the 18th century, Europe faces change of reading habits. And the geographical position of Duchy of Courland and its elite and connections with the German lands, also connections with Polish and Russian nobilities, also moving of different objects, including books and newspapers, influence this principle. Also, the big Northern War, which caused closing down of newspaper in Riga, Rigische Novellen. It caused a very complicated political situation, and many years had to pass, and in 1766 the first newspaper of the Duchy of Courland was established. Expansion of newspapers in 18th century in Europe is explained in the articles of the century. Montesquieu, in his novel Persian Letters, says that here we find such a type of books which we do not know in Percy, and I think these are in fashion here. We are really happy that within quarter an hour we can read through 30 issues. So newspapers serve not only as literary guidance, but also popular replacement of the books. But coming back to the Duchy, for 5 years after Christian Liedtke becoming in the position of printer of the court, the newspapers is being printed, and So it is the name changes. So here we can see, and the structure changes. It is not simple, but it is quite complex. First 3 pages are political news, publicly rated news. So geographic origin, then there's advertising, and then different rubrics. They are changed through the years, and also different additional topics. Why is this structure? Because this literature news and information on French books are not only in the section of learned information, but also in political part of the newspaper, among political news. What is how is it at the beginning? At the beginning of when newspaper started, so it was established in 1766 in October. I took some news from the 67 just for to have an example. So there is information on publishing of a new book. For instance, here it is among political news. News about a new research in relation to electricity and about the lightning phenomenon. So recommendations to those who are afraid of lightning and how to escape it, or so how to make a place in the garden to escape the lightning. And this seems a little bit comic today, but at that time it is quite a scientific approach. That is one thing, one way how to announce a new French book. Then also they speak about, among political news, they have news. So literary events are bound with political events. So as if they do not mention a book, but I will read out the first line. So around, people believe that taking into account the fate of Calas family, so Calas family, we do not know what it is, but it is about Voltaire in 1763, about the Tractate on Tolerance. It's the same tractate which became very popular 5 years ago, and it was mostly bought book 5 years ago. It's about religious tolerance. And here the history of Calas family, events of this family, because this was a Protestant family. And this was the source of inspiration for Voltaire. And so mentioning this Calas family, so it is implicit the idea that the reader knows what the thing is about. And then next in 67, so next news on the books you can find in one of the rubrics. And so here's 3 advertisements. One is the translation of Voltaire letters, and the rest are in French. Pierre Bell dictionary, Diderot encyclopedia, so the foreword to Diderot encyclopedia, which was published at the beginning of 17th century. And it was perceived as an anti-religious edition. That was at the beginning. But what changes when the newspaper is being printed by and published by Academia Petrina, by the transition to this so about French language. French language is being used during Enlightenment period in Europe, and this is a language of new international research, communication, intellectuals language. It is widespread in Courland, in countries related to Duchy of Courland, and French researcher Pierre-Yves Beaurepaire states in this research that in 1731 to 1761, there's not less than 7,000 ads about French books which can be bought. And also the Berlin, also Royal Scientific Academy in Berlin prints its periodical publications in French. So, in 18th century, the French-European idea is very widespread, but it is not perceived as self-understanding and is being criticized. So the truth is somewhere in the middle of this. And another French researcher, Michel Figeac, asks, was French influence one of the cross borders of the main European aristocracy? So according to him, this aristocracy are two parts of them, Francophone and not Francophone. And his research is devoted to Baron von Heyking example from Baron from Courland, and Heyking is taking a Francophone part. The idea of the author about the widespread of French language in Europe is quite clear. And it is one line from Voltaire's poem that from London till Petersburg they read the law spirit, and it is Montesquieu's work, and this is in French, of course. So, in this segment, under the investigation, is there more news on books? Compared to the previous period of publishing newspapers. French scientist Anne Sommerlath says that that literary news after 1775 become more and more in number. But I would like to specify what are these news on French books, and is it really the choice of the Academia Petrina Academia whether they want to educate their readers by offering the most outstanding works of French Enlightenment authors. So first is the reference to French works, but about the public relationship in the Duchy of Courland, I also would like to mention Giselle Brandt's opinion that aristocracy influences the direction taken by the state, and the aristocracy influenced the state politics, and the other layers had not a parliamentary representative, and so in the capital of the state, in Mito or Jelgava, represented by Peter Biron, it was for scientists, and the literary representatives strived to have similarities or equality with the nobility. So they wanted to be noblemen, and they just also devoted this work.
References to French works and printing. The new newspaper in the volume of July 1775 with a new title cover page, followed by the list of learned things, alphabetically sequencing the column learned things in published articles from July 1775 to the end of 1776. Explicit French book offers are not quite numerous. Existing offer represented literature, morals, history, architecture, and comparative history. Still, references to French works being the significant foundation for the German research or the object of the criticism. These are references to French authors, and the most mentioned French enlighteners. Column learned things. These are Gottfried Achenwald, published after his death, and by praising and praising the continuous contribution of Achenwald in the creation of news, he had mentioned 5 quite authoritative research sources, 2 of those being French. Guillaume de Lambertie, Memoirs pour Revue à l'Histoire du 7e siècle, and the French magazine published in The Hague, the History and Politics Herald, Mercure History et Politique, published and signed by B. Sequet. Mitteldeutsche Zeitung was presented periodical Neue Bibliothek der Schönen Wissenschaften und der Freien Künste, the library of the new library of arts and knowledge of arts and free arts. On the column dating back to 20th of August 1775, under the column of Learned Things, a new periodical number 17/1 was presented with news on new books coming from 4 countries: Germany, Italy, England, and France. Whereas number 17/2 had introduced readers in Courland with the last number or issue in November, and the traditional column aus Frankreich from France presented the arts, culture, literature, as well as artistry. The quite passionate representative of the Christianity, Swiss person Albrecht von Haller, published the Briefe über einige Einwürfe noch lebender Freigestern wider die Offenbarung. And the annex to that newspaper provided a news on this work and column with a very detailed repetition of the contradictions and oppositions and arguments of Haller against the longest and the less known by Voltaire questions on encyclopedics, mainly speaking about religion. And of course, Voltaire is the main object of the descriptions, as well as the news on the very poor health of Rousseau, but Voltaire had been mentioned in the newspaper of that period I have studied, but also before that, and quite often. Every epoch and cultural environment created and emerged from a universal person in 18th century, and tolerance, a person of quite wide horizon of knowledge and ideas and such. Voltaire was described as such a personality. But I could also mention why other personalities, Diderot, Montesquieu or Jean-Jacques Rousseau mentioned in that those issues of a newspaper. Generally speaking, Voltaire was mentioned not in relation to his works, but the events correlating to him. And one of the events described was portrait of Voltaire by Vivant Donat, and a small poem in French published there. And the portrait really portrayed quite an extravagant image of Voltaire and did not coincide with the scale of values and moral values of the editorship and editors of the newspapers, as they had considered that the portrait really depicted too much of extravaganza of the philosopher. and answer of the Teeling to an anonymous letter where one reader had asked to recommend the best books which could have provided additional, very deep and comprehensive knowledge on different disciplines. And it's really hard to say whether such letter had existed or that was only construction by Teeling. And according to his comments regarding the articles by Voltaire, it seemed to be quite a letter by himself. I'm not sure whether you can see that in the audience. I tried to include all the books in French mentioned in the newspaper, irrespective of the name it had held in various periods. The articles turned to be more detailed, longer, but still were created and laid out according to the German periodicals, and they allow us witnessing the scope of authors' German bibliology. There have been very many sources for reading in French. I really liked one specific segment which was not published in the annex of Learned News, but under the column of political column on the distracted books. So these news were published without any comment, and it was really hard to understand the attitude of the editor. Was it an intention to wish to inform the public and audience on the existence of that book, and that was as if recommendation and call for reading that book, or just to inform that such book was distracted? One book in particular from Lisbon, in Libeda Alpoa poem, Sexomania. It's really hard why that news was published at all in the newspaper, but it was quite a surprising fact by knowing the Christian religion-driven attitude towards all those phenomena. So I see that I have only 1 minute left. So in 18 months, only 16 French papers or books were mentioned. French books had not been outlined or emphasized among the books in other countries. Books offered or recommended included also books in German and Italian languages. And taking into consideration and taking into account the mastery of French language among the readers in Courland, I would like to mention that passion for self-appreciation and self-confidence being taken by the German-speaking literature, and news were published which were topical at that moment. Hence, the pearls and the treasures of French philosophers and enlighteners had occurred before the newspaper being published in the 70s of that century. And given that the offer was created based on the German periodicals and offers published there, or French materials or books being mentioned according to the almanac from Berlin, where the French books were mentioned and were quite popular among the audience in Berlin. Also known in the Duchy of Courland, the choice of French books followed the range of books had been published. Very often the French books were arranged or mentioned also in the same sequence and order as in German. Periodicals have been still in the newspaper and in the editorship, the Christian, Lutheran and religious attitudes and morals prevailed and predominated, and if those French books or some statements or ideas mentioned were clashed with the morals and values of the editors or publishers of the newspaper, they were not mentioned and had no place. And my hypothesis was only partially proved, and the perception of the French intellectual space and environment was quite limited. Thank you very much for your attention. So we have time for questions. Do we have any question in the audience? No questions? No, we have. Is it possible to obtain the list of the books recommended for readers in Courland? I could not say that these were recommended, but these were criticized in the newspaper. For instance, a French philosopher, Helvetius, Locke followers. So there are news published under the column of politics that his book was destructed publicly under the fanfares and so on. The name of the book was mentioned. So what could be the best? What best advertisement could you imagine for recommending and advertising a book or sexual relationship devoted book, which was of course prohibited? Perhaps this is of the understanding on the advertisement and marketing from myself as a person living in 21st century. But perhaps it was the intention to really inform about the topical and very popular and exciting news in that period of time. And now we are switching over to the next speaker and presentation, professor from the Tartu University, Dr. Andres Andresen from Tartu University, Associate Professor of Estonian Modern History, the incorporation of the Duchy of Courland and Semigali into the Russian Empire in 1795, a study of some legal aspects in the context of the empire's Baltic provinces. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Andres Andresen. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for their magnificent work they have done. And of course, I would like to thank them for their invitation to this conference. I have been following this event since this morning, and I have to say I am positively impressed. So I come to my presentation. I put on my PowerPoint. So, and I start with my paper. The westward expansion of the Russian Empire determined the political map of the 18th century northeastern Europe. First, slowly and cautiously, but then ever more robustly, the Russian presence on the eastern coast of the Baltic Sea became apparent. While the extension of Russian power to the former Swedish provinces Estland and Livland during the Great Northern War took most of the contemporary Western diplomatic circles by surprise. The incorporation of Kurland during the Polish partitions felt already like sealing a deal settled decades earlier. Although the circumstances of this expansion of the Russian Empire in the 18th century were quite different indeed in both cases. In the 19th century, the Baltic provinces Estland, Livland and Kurland already formed a common distinctive political entity. All three provinces shared a similar social, economic and cultural basis, with privileged Baltic German elites controlling most spheres of society. The shared history of medieval Livonia also contributed strongly to the slowly emerging common Baltic German identity in Estliv and Kurland. Newly established institutions of various kinds, such as the University in Dorpat Tartu and the Baltic Governor General in Riga, later on several publications of printed press, contributed further to the concept of the common Baltic region. The general path of surrender to the Russian monarchy is in both cases fairly well documented in previous historiography, and we should expect no great future surprises regarding the main facts. We have pretty detailed information about the fate of Kurland in 1795, as well as about Livland and Estland in 1710. What is still open to discussion is, of course, the interpretation of these facts. This is what my paper is all about, interpreting the well-known facts. Jürgen von Ungern-Sternberg has argued that the specific events of both 1710 and 1795 typologically represent one and the same form of submission, which is the form of capitulation. He has proposed this argument in different fora, in scholarly articles and presentations in Germany, Latvia, as well as Estonia. In his relevant papers, he elaborates in a detailed way on the capitulations of 1710. The case of Kurland in 1795, however, is always mentioned only very briefly. Our esteemed colleague, the longtime professor of Basel University, Jürgen von Ungern-Sternberg, probably does not need further introduction in this audience. Just to remind you that he is the honorary doctor of the University of Latvia since 2002, as well as the honorary doctor of the University of Tartu since 2005. The research task of my paper is to examine the submission of Kurland in 1795 in the light of Ungern-Sternberg's argument. Do the cases of Livland, Estland in 1710 on one hand and Kurland in 1795 on the other really represent one and the same type of submission? My thesis is that they actually don't. For starters, let's have a look at the concept of the capitulations.
Andres, can you hear me?
In earlier Baltic German, Latvian and Estonian historiography, the term capitulation traditionally denotes the several treaties of 1710, which marked the transformation of political supremacy in Livland and Estland from Sweden to the Russian monarch. These were the treaties which the local authorities concluded with the Russian military command. Among the local authorities, who each concluded their own capitulation, were the nobility of Livland, the nobility of Estland, the town of Riga, the town of Tallinn, and then the Swedish military in Riga, Tallinn, Pärnu, and Daugavgrīva. All these local authorities negotiated the conditions of surrender directly with the Russian army leaders. Later on, Tsar Peter I confirmed these capitulations with his own decrees. During the whole following period of Russian supremacy, the capitulations of 1710 formed the legal centerpiece of the Baltic autonomy. The earlier Baltic German, Latvian, and Estonian historiography has used the term capitulation in the same sense as it has been originally used in the late 17th and early 18th century, indicating a treaty between two unequal partners, the estates of the land and the superior authority. This kind of treaty comprehensively described the privileges of the estates so that the superior authority could ensure the continuation of these privileges in the future. For how long the superior authority then actually guaranteed these privileges varied wildly from case to case around Europe. Capitulations were used mostly for transfer of power in case of military fortresses, but also in case of towns or estates. Regarding the form of the capitulations, the text was structured into separate articles. These articles were first compiled by those who surrendered and then commented by the opposite side. This kind of treaty was meant to ensure a smooth change of rule and to maintain the proper functioning of previous administration. The legal instrument of capitulation always followed a simple rule. It confirmed the status quo. The superior authority never introduced any kind of reform. On the slide, you can now see the textual formula of a typical capitulation. In this concrete case, we have an excerpt from the capitulation of Estland's Ritterschaft, or nobility, in 1710. As you can see, the main text describing the certain privileges is on the left side of the page. Each article is then separately commented by the superior authority on the right side of the page.
Andres,
in this case, the superior...
Yes. Sorry, can you hear me? We have
yes, I can.
Problem with the presentation. We cannot see it in this moment. Can you look at your computer?
Yes, I can.
Just try to make it one more time as a full screen.
Mēs tūlīt sakārtosim, lai jūs arī redzat prezentāciju.
We will make so that you see the presentation.
Tikmēr es vienīgi varētu vēl pievērst jūsu uzmanības visu dienu mēģinājumu.
Meanwhile, I try to find time to tell that you are in historical building, which has been built at the beginning of the previous century, 1908. The design was drafted, and all the time has been cultural institutions. It was a cultural center, cultural institution. When leaving these premises, you can also pay attention to the exterior of the building as well. Are we ready to continue presentation? And then you also should think, I invite you to think about the questions, and you could send them on email or in presence. So we have time for questions and answers. I think that for Mr. Andres, it is very interesting to understand. It is very interesting topic, and also lecturers which we have here. So we have present also other researchers who are not reading lectures today. Just think about questions and ask them, and we will be happy to answer them. And also those who are watching us online, please feel free to send in your questions. We will forward them to Mr. Andresen or other people. Also, can read them out here in the room.
Vai mums ir prezentācija? Tad man vēl par rītdienu, lai es jūs nekavēju pašās beigās.
About tomorrow, we also invite to join the conference, and those who are coming here to the culture center, please come at 9 o'clock. Come in good time to register yourself. But tomorrow we will start at 9:30. So Latvian time, local time, and we hope to see you again. And in a while we will see our lecturer and also his presentation.
Varbūt Osas kundze ir pārdomas par kādu no iepriekšējiem referātiem, kamēr mēs gaidām.
Nu, par filoloģijas nevar izteikties, diemžēl man cita specialitāte. Tā kā, diemžēl nevar neko pateikt.
Tad mums būs jāgaida jūsu referāts rīt.
Paldies.
Par Kuldīgu. Es jau biju pieminējusi arī klātesošos, varbūt, kas vēl nav iedziļinājušies programmā.
I already mentioned that tomorrow, the second day of the conference, is more devoted to the place where we are organizing this event. So it is Kuldīga, and later we will hear also about Tukums, our neighboring town, and it will be also about cultural heritage. So these will be our topics for tomorrow. So we continue with the lecturer.
Okay, so I am sorry for the interruption, but what can you do? The monsters of today's techniques are not on our side, but anyway, I try to carry on. So on the slide, you hopefully see the textual formula of a typical capitulation. And in this case, you see the capitulation of Estlands Ritterschaft from 1710. On the right side, the main text, and then on the left side, you have the comment of the Russian military command. In our case, it says accordatur and dieser Punkt wird völlig concediat, meaning that the privileges in both articles have been completely approved. Ungarn Sternberg argues that in previous Baltic historiography, the concept of capitulations has been used too narrowly. He points out that the capitulation was a widely used legal instrument throughout early modern Europe. As said before, Ungarn Sternberg in his various papers briefly states that also the case of Kurland in 1795 falls to the category of the capitulations. Ungarn Sternberg first introduced his thesis to the German scholarly public at the 34th Deutscher Rechtshistorikertag, a German legal history conference, in Würzburg in September 2002, with his presentation Wie kapituliert man in aller Form, die baltischen Kapitulationen vor Peter dem Großen in europäischer Perspektive. Then in October of the same year, Ungarn Sternberg was awarded the title of the Honorary Doctor of the University of Latvia. In connection with this event, he delivered an academic lecture in Riga on the Baltic capitulations in the wider European context. This presentation was published as an article in Latvia's Vesture 2002, number 4. 5 years later, in 2007, the translation of the same article appeared in the Estonian history journal Tuna, number 1. Later on, Ungarn Sternberg has returned to the theme of the capitulations, most importantly in his article Europäische Kapitulationsurkunden, Genese und Rechtsinhalt, which was published in the collective volume Die baltischen Kapitulationen von 1710, Kontext, Wirkungen, Interpretationen from 2014, published in Böhlau Verlag. In this article, however, he restricts his research exclusively to the wartime capitulations and does not mention Kurland. Before I come to my analysis of 1795, I would like to say a couple of words about the situation of the main sources. For Kurland, the scholarly community is happy to have the thoroughly modern publication of its constitutional documents from 2008, edited by Erwin Oberländer and Volker Keller. For Estland and Livland, the late 19th century document editions by Edward Winkelmann and Karl Schirren are still widely used, besides the original Russian edition of the Polnoye Sobranie Zakonov. What are the main relevant facts of Kurland's surrender to Russia in 1795? The political background is, of course, the third partition of Poland-Lithuania. The Duchy of Kurland and Semigallia came under Russian crown as a result of long-term negotiations between Russia, Prussia, and Austria, the main political players of the region. The local authorities of Kurland, which means the Duke Peter and the corporation of the nobility, the Ritterschaft, did not have any significant role whatsoever in deciding the actual fate of the land. Catherine II, however, in order to ward off possible Prussian claims, wished to disguise the annexation of Kurland as a voluntary surrender. Skillfully using the ambition of the leader of Kurland's Ritterschaft, Otto Hermann von der Hoven, Catherine achieved the unconditional submission of Kurland's Ritterschaft in March 1795. In a separate document, the Ritterschaft terminated Poland's lord-vassal relationship to Kurland, which had existed since 1561. At the same time, the Duke of Kurland was detained in St. Petersburg, and while probably under some kind of pressure, he produced the letter of abdication for himself and his descendants. In April of the same year, 1795, the representatives of Kurland Ritterschaft in the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg paid obeisance to Catherine II. After that, the Imperial Manifesto in Russian and German language was handed out to these representatives. This manifesto decreed the cautious acceptance of the former rights of Kurland's estates. At the same time, the manifesto announced a major update to the administrative framework of Kurland, the new post of Governor General with far-reaching authority. Only a few months later, Catherine introduced her administrative and judicial reforms, the so-called Statthalterschaftsverfassung in Kurland. These reforms had been effective in Estland and Livland since 1783 already. The former vassal state, Lensherzogtum, was transformed into a province. What conclusions can we draw from these facts? How does the concept of capitulations comply with the events of 1795? Let's examine the checklist step by step. First of all, do we have a single treaty between two partners? The answer is no, we have two different documents. Do we have a treaty following the specific formula of being structured into separate articles, each article describing certain privileges which have to be retained by the new authority, with each article explicitly commented by the opposite side? The answer is no again. Neither document followed the formula of the capitulations. And importantly, is the treaty confirming the status quo? No again, the Russian government introduced important modifications to the administrative system of Courland. So the answer is no for all points in this checklist. Courland's path of submission to the Russian monarchy does not match the general mode of capitulations in early modern Europe, regarding neither the content nor the form of the relevant documents. The unconditional submission of Courland's Ritterschaft, later followed by the separate manifesto of the monarch, which brought along a fundamental constitutional change in Courland, indicates a different type of political surrender. I come to my final wrap-up. Professor Jürgen von Ungern-Sternberg is definitely right as he advocates the need to consider the wider context of the Baltic capitulations. He has competently shown the significant typological points of contact between the submission of the Baltic States in 1710 and similar cases elsewhere in various parts of early modern Europe. My critique today on the case of Courland does not diminish the overall value of Ungern-Sternberg's scholarly contribution in any way whatsoever. As always, everything depends on the vantage point. For Ungern-Sternberg's thesis, the case of Courland is a minor detail. For a specialist in Courland's history, however, things stand differently. Thank you for your attention.
Paldies, referent.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your lecture.
Jā, un lūdzu, jautājumu.
Currently, no questions are sent, therefore we invite the audience to have some questions. Do we? Currently, no questions to the speaker. Thank you so much, and now we have discussion part. And we have an opportunity to ask the questions to present speakers from today, and we can use also opportunity to ask questions to the specialists of the Duchy of Courland, not so related to the research and papers presented today, but some other. Perhaps somebody has any reflections on the issues. You can also have some comment or remark voiced. Please be so welcome to be active. I would like to invite Miss Marita Yakovleva to speak. Anita Cherpinska must be somewhere here in the hall, in the audience. Please speak up. I'm not sure if that would be a comment or not. We have quite a complicated communication today. That's such the question I would like to ask to Estonian expert is not worth asking today because it's more theoretical question. It is valuable. While you are expressing your comment, the question will be forwarded interested to Estonian colleague as well. So perhaps I would like to doubt his statements, but I think that it would be very interesting for the audience to hear the opinion of Miss Marit and somebody else, whether the Duchy of Courland had any other alternative in 1775. So, is it comparative and comparable with other document, but had there been any other alternatives? And if we can provide that, the opinion of Miss Marit and Andresen on that question, can we invite Miss Marit to the mic in the hall? So my opinion is there was no alternative possible. On one hand, those capitulations in 1710 and 1775 are hardly comparable, as 1710 followed a military warfare when Peter the Great conquered Vidzeme, and negotiations took place between two parties. Knighthood and Russia, excluding Swedes totally. At the same time, 1797 was as if voluntary surge. Still, we understand that it happened within the third Polish partition, and the question was about the legal layout that Courland assisted Russia to regulate very nicely, as said and viewed and perceived from Europe. And 1795 with 1940, when as if voluntary incorporation into Soviet Union took place. But the question, of course, is the same, whether Latvia had any other alternative like the Duchy of Courland. This is my reflection on that. Thank you, Ms. Marita Yakovleva. Our Estonian colleague, is he ready to provide some reflections and answer to the question?
I have a question from Peteris Pabers. I read the question. Considering the surrender to the Russian Empire, was there an alternative to what the duchy could have done? So, to my mind, actually, the estates and the Duke had no real alternative, because all the cards were in the hands of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. So Courland was only a minor part of the bigger game, this partition of Poland and Lithuania. So the answer is quite simple. There was actually nothing that could be done by the local estates, by the local authorities in Courland.
Paldies. Vai ir iesūtīti vēl kādi jautājumi par šo lēmumu?
Do we have any other questions included? No questions. Is anybody present here has some other remarks, comments, questions left? If not, I would like to thank the audience for such an active day, for your patience, and we will reconvene and switch over to the history of Kuldīga from 16th to 19th century. And tomorrow we will start our conference at 9:30, and let us meet tomorrow morning. Thank you so much once again.